1313 800-663-1313.
I'm Charles Payne.
I'm Kat Timpf.
I'm Stuart Varney, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Wednesday, January 31st, 2024. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. Imagine your boss telling you it's so dangerous outside the office, you shouldn't go out to lunch in the middle of the day. It's happening in one of California's biggest cities.
Downtown Oakland is not safe anymore. It's a complete night and day since the progressives have taken over and destroyed the city.
I'm Dave Anthony. It could be a scientific and medical breakthrough. A brain implant that Elon Musk hopes we could all benefit from someday.
The big advance is they implanted it in a human for the first time, and that human appears to be recovering well.
And I'm Arnon Mishkin. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
This week, the largest employer in one of California's major cities issued a memo telling its employees to stay inside once at work at the downtown location, to bring lunch with them or have it delivered. A memo from Kaiser Permanente in Oakland was obtained by Fox affiliate KTVU, and it also tells workers outside the office not to hold meetings downtown.
It's just kind of scary in general, not even just to go to work, but just kind of coming outside.
Arielle Crenshaw works for Kaiser in Oakland, and she told KTVU.
I do agree. Why? Because just their safety for their employees. You know, if you can work at home, work at home. If you have to come in, just be safe about it.
In a statement following up on the reporting, Kaiser said some who work in their offices were victims of the current wave of armed robberies, vehicle thefts, and related crimes, as they put it, that they're committed to the city and work with city leaders on how they can address issues relating to crime and support the city, that they still encourage employees to support local businesses as well. But some, like Mauricio Torres, who owns Molcajete Cocino downtown, say that memo sure doesn't feel like they do.
And it is a little upsetting to hear that, because, everyone's trying to thrive, everyone's trying to, make business, it is pretty slow as it is.
In a recent crime report released examining the city, car thefts, robberies, burglaries, and even homicides all went up in 2023. This, as many bigger cities are actually seeing crime decline. Now there's an effort underway to recall Alameda County's relatively new district attorney, Pam Price, with family members of victims of crime leading the way, as well as one to recall the mayor, Sheng Tao, led by retired Alameda County Judge Brenda Harbin-Forte.
If we did not have the businesses shutting down as we have been, if we had not missed the deadline to apply for a grant to deal with retail theft, if we hadn't had all of those things, I would not have anything at all to talk about.
She also talked to KTVU earlier this month. There are others who live and work in Oakland who say they're trying to fight for the city.
If you look deeper into the story, they've already been exiting Oakland. They've only left behind their flagship headquarters.
Seneca Scott is the founder of the nonprofit Neighbors Together Oakland, and he informed us before the interview that he's hearing impaired.
So they've already took a big chunk out of our local economy. A lot of those people who work at those satellite offices went to lunch and got coffee. Now those places that were close to those offices are closing down as well. So downtown Oakland is not safe anymore. If you compare it to 2018, when we went a summer without a murder and if you could not lease space downtown without paying an arm and a leg and a 10-year lease, it's a complete night and day since the progressives have taken over and destroyed the city.
When businesses say, hey, that's not really fair, we are worried about making a living ourselves, and you're shutting us down too, do they have a point? I mean, talk to me about the climate for businesses in downtown, given what you just said about the crime.
I mean, this is downtown. Oakland is a very small city. We call it the town, right? Downtown ain't that big. We're a city of under 500,000 people. So it's not just the downtown businesses, but throughout the city, people are having a problem making ends meet, and businesses are failing, and people are dying because of our failed policies. Here's what I have to say about that. Cities are places of commerce. You name a city, and I'll name the trade it was founded on. And that goes back to the continuity of human history as we know it. They're places of separation of labor. They're the only places where working people can come, have their own ideas and ingenuity, and create wealth. And in America, not only can you create that wealth, but you used to be able to keep it. But they're trying to change the rules on us. And one of the rules that they're changing is that cities no longer feel that they have to protect local businesses or that they have to provide the appropriate support and the appropriate climate for commerce to take place. So when you have things like 3.5 years of eviction moratorium, which is essentially legalized theft of your largest financial bill for most people, when you can sell $900 or $1,000 a pop, and that's legalized theft, what you're telling people is you're not going to support commerce. Matter of fact, you're going to attack commerce because the larger companies that the oligarchs run are waiting to swoop in and take the remaining. There's an old saying, when there's blood on the street, the sharks eat. Well, Oakland is a bloody place right now, and we have a lot of large businesses ready to swoop in and buy our failed businesses and our foreclosed homes because the city has not protected us.
This is a city that's been through a lot, especially recently, such to the extent that there's a recall effort for Alameda County's DA. There's another effort. I'm not sure how well developed it is yet, but it's to recall the mayor. If I'm reading this properly, it's been nearly a full year without a police chief?
Yes, the very first thing that Mayor Kayal did was she fired a very successful police chief who himself had only been there a year and a half. I'll add that former OPD Chief LaRon Armstrong had made more strides, and this is documented, than any other previous police chief in the past 20 years to get Oakland off of federal oversight. So I don't know if you know that, but Oakland's police department has been under federal oversight for 20 years, and we pay that oversight currently a total of $1 million per year to basically trustee our police department. And so finally, LaRon Armstrong and the previous police commission that includes the recall's lead proponent, former Alameda County Superior Court Judge Brenda Harbin Forte, who the mayor removed from the commission because she was on her butt about her clandestine and unscrupulous and dishonest ways. She fired him because she didn't want to get off of that NSA. She wanted to appoint her own chief and take credit for that. It's really, really disgusting. The first thing that you do is fire someone who's not only doing a great job, but is from the city of Oakland, who is beloved. I mean, I've got videos of literally corner guys who sit in the corner and trap and sell drugs, telling you, I like Chief Armstrong, right? The game is the game, but at least to keep my mom safe, and Oakland's a better place if we have someone we can trust who's one of us. So what happened to those progressive values when you have a Black police chief? Then you have this lady who comes from Stockton, California, who's not from Oakland, who raises over 60% of her money outside the city of Oakland, who's herself under current multiple public ethics investigation, who's the subject of a lawsuit that she cheated and lied to file for mayor on time that no one's talking about because the local media covers for these people because they're all in bed together. And then she fires him. So yes, it is a big deal. And it's one of the main reasons why she's being recalled.
Wow. Seneca, thanks you're obviously very read into your city. Talk to me about this then. The California Partnership for Safe Communities, I guess they did this audit and concluded that city leaders had abandoned this program called Ceasefire. I guess if you look at the graphs, it appeared to be working to some extent, this program. The supporters cite that, there were fewer shootings after 2013 for the next 5 or 6 years. This audit was given to the city council. Did you think that Ceasefire did work? Or is too much credit being given to this?
They audited themselves. They audited themselves. Who gets to audit themselves? So the audit was a stunt for the current mayor to cover to say that she had some sort of plan to buy her more time. Ceasefire was abandoned because of defund the police that she herself helped preside over. So the whole ceasefire thing is basically covered for her to act like she has a plan and to bring something back. Also, here's the thing about ceasefire. It has nothing to do with retail theft. Ceasefire was exclusively about the murders between young Black men. That's nothing to do with this new emerging car theft. Oakland leading the nation in stolen cars. 1 out of 30 people had their cars stolen in the city of Oakland in 2023. 1 out of 30. 15,000 stolen cars, the nationwide leader. We have people stealing vehicles and driving them through stores front on a nightly basis. Ceasefire dealt with none of these issues. What's her issues? What is the plan to deal with that? Another thing is ceasefire was the multi-generational link between young people and older people, basically the OGs, who understood and had some connection and equity with these younger people. That's not the case in the streets anymore. So if you understand the way the streets are really working, there's no equity with young people anymore. We failed our youth so much. We've created child soldiers. They're barely literate. They have access to extremely powerful firearms that they're not getting legally. They're making them like Lego and ghost guns. So gun control's out the window the way that the Dems think it will work. It makes no sense. And I'm not blaming the children. They are accountable. These are young adults. And if they're committing violent crimes, they need to be held accountable. But why are they committing violent crimes? Because we failed them. We failed them in Oakland. Our progressive or so-called progressive policies had failed these children. Oakland was enjoying record literacy rates in 2016. You should look this up. 2016, record literacy rates every year. Oakland's winning awards for kids reading better than any other kids in the state. And then the progressive took over and they decided that phonics was racist. Phonics is racist. Fast forward to 2024, we've got the worst literacy rates in the entire state. Less than 20% of our children are reading at grade level. This is the direct responsibility of the phony progressive and their luxury politics that have nothing to do with working class people and traditional American values.
Tell me about you, because you've spent some part of this interview criticizing progressives, but I see on X or Twitter, you call yourself a post-partisan solutionary. What is that? What do you want to have happen given your viewpoint of your city that you're fighting for?
Well, I'll start by saying I say phony progressives, and I always put progressives in air quotes or give it a qualifier because they're not progressive at all. They don't care about progress. They're overseeing the managed decline of our city on behalf of the puppet masters and these tech companies and oligarchs that flood their nonprofit with basically unlimited funds. But more about me, which I don't like to talk about that much because who talks about themselves? I like to talk about ideas. But post-partisan solutionary means that I don't do the left-right paradigm anymore. We have to go up-down right now. Either you have integrity and leadership and good ideas or you don't. And the reason I say that is that the left and the right used to be about the size and the role of government. It had nothing to do with religion or gun rights or abortion. This isn't about left-right anymore. I would consider that a up-down argument. Either you have integrity or you don't. So we need to start having a different type of discussion about what's best for our society and our children who we're not creating a good world for them to grow up in right now. And that responsibility lies on us adults.
I haven't heard anybody say, instead of going left-right, let's go up-down. I find that really interesting. Seneca Scott, the founder of Neighbors Together Oakland, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all make resolutions this time of year, and let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. Navage. Navage provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. This time of year, when everyone is sick, Navage helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. And come allergy season, it does the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage helps treat congestion symptoms in seconds flat, without drugs. This New Year's, resolve to use drug-free Navage to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
I'm always striving to live my healthiest life, so I need a health plan that has my back. With Independence Blue Cross, I get access to the largest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free virtual doctor visits 24/7. Plus, with premiums as low as $0 per month, I can stay on top of my health and keep my budget in check. Independence has given me coverage I can count on, and they'll do the same for you. Learn more about your coverage options at IBX.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Resolve to take care of your car this year and schedule an appointment for your car at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections and everything in between, the highly skilled technicians at United Tire are happy to work around your schedule to do whatever your car needs, no matter the make, no matter the model. Get your new year in gear by taking your car to your locally owned United Tire. You can visit them at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
You can't control the weather, but at Horizon Services, we make sure your home is warm all season long. Whether it's time for a tune-up, a repair, or a system upgrade, our expert technicians will guide you to a custom heating solution that gives you peace of mind. We're always available with same-day 24/7 service, and to get you through the rest of the season, we're offering $50 off any repair. Plus, get comfort on your terms with flexible finance options. Your comfort is our priority. Schedule your visit online at horizonservices.com/radio.
There's nothing quite like the Honda Accord Hybrid and the CR-V Hybrid when it comes to exhilarating efficiency. With hybrid technology and thrilling capability, these vehicles deliver an electrifying performance on every drive. But what truly makes these hybrids special is the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. Redefine your driving experience with Honda, KBB.com's best value brand of 2023.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelly Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Just one question can save a child's life. Before your child visits a friend, ask if there's an unlocked gun in the house. With an average of 13 children dying from guns every day, guns are now the leading cause of death among children. Ask the question and do your part to keep children safe. To help get the conversation going, 59 regional hospitals united to offer life-saving tips. Learn more by visiting hospitalstogether.com. That's hospitalstogether.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli. Afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, January 31st, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. House Republicans voting early this morning to approve 2 articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and send them to the full House. House Homeland Security Committee Chair Congressman Mark Green announcing the results.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
The committee vote moves the House closer to a vote on the floor on impeaching the DHS secretary. And a U.S. Air Force pilot safely ejected from an F-16 fighter jet that crashed into waters off South Korea's southwestern coast. It's the second such crash in less than 2 months. The U.S. 8th Fighter Wing said that the pilot was conscious and was taken to the hospital. The cause of that crash is under investigation. I'm Ted Lindner, and that's a look at your Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Downtime. Weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dom Giordano.
The pilot program at the Navy Yard will be the first automated shuttle to transport public passengers in Pennsylvania. We need a name for this boondoggle.
The Death John?
You want to fool around with this stuff? We'll see. There's a human there, but he's not driving. He's just sitting there.
Is there enough time to get off?
Yeah, that's right. Are you going to be given full knowledge? Well, this guy's here. Not that we think anything will go wrong. Well, then he shouldn't be there. Why do you need him?
It's downtime. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3. On Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Overstock emergency! Turn 7 liquidation! Must sell off immediately! This is it. No games. Everything to the bare walls! At the Philadelphia Mills and Moorestown Mall. Turn 7 liquidation centers! Electronics, furniture, bed and bath, computers, apparel, outerwear, pet supplies, sporting goods, designer home decor, toys! Drastically marked down 60 to 90% off! Everything from the nation's biggest online retailers must be sacrificed now! Turn 7! Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall. Dealers welcome. Turn 7 liquidations!
Ring in 2024 with up to 10% off on new Grand Cherokees and Wranglers. Save up to 15% on new Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Visit TurnersvilleJeep.com and view over 250 Jeeps and Ram trucks available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. From February 1st through the 15th, get 15% off in stock items. A little gift for you from Cozy. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and hand-make 90% of their jewelry. And that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
Hey, neighbor, what you doing?
Just getting the groundwork done to put up my new fence.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One call system to check the underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here. Oh, no.
Whoa, I think that's a water main. Yeah, well, you said you always wanted a pool. All joking aside, you should call Pennsylvania One Call.
You're right, I'm going to call Pennsylvania One Call. But first, cannonball!
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
1 in 5 rely on the Catholic Charities Appeal for help. The fact is, nearly 1 million times per year, our programs provide assistance to people in need. We can't do this vital work without you. Your gift matters. Go to CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org to donate today.
Today alone, 5,370 people in the United States will be diagnosed with cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer funds and develops the newest and most promising cancer treatments. Stand Up to Cancer wants to provide you with every opportunity to join in this mission. By donating your home, land, or commercial property, you can help Stand Up to Cancer fund innovative cancer research. Stand Up to Cancer makes the process easy, and it may be tax deductible. Visit standuptocancer.org/giveproperty to learn more.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
An important announcement from the Fed later today as Chair Jerome Powell will announce the central bank's latest decision concerning interest rates. It's widely expected they'll remain unchanged for the fourth straight time. On Wall Street Tuesday, a fourth straight record close for the Dow, finishing up 134 to finish at more than 38,467. The Nasdaq down 118, the S&P 500 down 3. Microsoft reporting Tuesday its fourth quarter profits soared 33% to $21.87 billion due to significant investments in artificial intelligence technology. Alphabet, Google's parent company, reported fourth quarter earnings of over $86 billion. That's up more than 13% from the same period last year, the company's fourth straight quarter of accelerating sales growth. Today, we get earnings from Apple and Amazon. UPS will cut 12,000 jobs, and PayPal will cut 9% of its workforce. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
For years, technology has helped the severely disabled.
Remember to look up at the stars and not down at your feet.
Famous scientist Stephen Hawking was able to communicate using a computer, despite being paralyzed from ALS, telling people at the University of Cambridge in 2012, 6 years before his death.
However difficult life may seem, there is always something you can do and succeed at.
The technology keeps advancing. One of Elon Musk's companies, Neuralink, has a brain implant called telepathy.
If you've been living with quadriplegia from a spinal cord injury or with ALS, you may qualify for the PRIME study.
Telling them in a promotional video posted on X last year,
your courage and contribution could significantly shape the future of interaction and independence, not just for you, but for countless others.
And despite some lawmakers in Congress asking the U.S. government to investigate reported negative effects on monkeys during animal trials, Neuralink has moved forward.
The big advance is they implanted it in a human for the first time.
Rolf Winkler is a digital health reporter for the Wall Street Journal.
And that human appears to be recovering well. We know very little. We know what Elon has tweeted, but he has said, we did our first human implant, and that patient is doing well a day after the surgery. And that's a big step for the technology.
So when they say doing well, what are they looking for? What actually, let's back up, what was actually implanted?
So Neuralink makes, imagine a quarter-sized microchip.
Okay.
That has a few dozen threads attached to it that are thinner than human hairs. And what they do is they carve out a chunk of your skull, about the size of a quarter, and they replace it with this chip, and they have a special robot that inserts those threads into your brain, into your motor cortex, so that it can pick up electrical signals from individual neurons.
All right, this is a specific place in the brain then?
Yes. The idea is we want to pick up what signals those neurons are when they're firing. The idea being we want to understand your intentions, right? So the first people that technology like this will be applicable for, if it works, there are a lot of steps from here to there, is understanding intention. Do we know that this person who cannot move their arms and legs, maybe can't speak, has the intention to think a certain word, or has the intention to move their left arm? Or if we can understand those outputs coming from the brain, normally your brain, I just move my left hand.
Right. Correct.
Think about it. I just move it because I'm not paralyzed.
Right.
Imagine if you are paralyzed, you can't do that. There are devices today, there are implants that can help you do that kind of thing. but not quickly, not easily. And there's an idea that we can advance this technology to give additional function to people who are paralyzed.
Okay, so would it actually let the person move the arm or just allow the person to do a task they would do if they could move their arm?
More the latter. In theory, later on, they've shown videos of suggesting, okay, we're going to try to restore movement with these chips. But for right now, we're talking about moving a cursor.
Okay.
Moving a mouse cursor. That kind of idea with your brain, with your thoughts.
Okay, so this would be hooked up to, say, a computer, and you want the mouse, the cursor to move a certain way. You think it, and it does it.
Correct. You want to think a letter or a word. To communicate that word, it appears on screen.
Okay. All right.
These are ideas for what they're trying to accomplish early on.
It's much different if you want to move the arm itself, because a lot of these people who may not have moved for a long time, there's muscle atrophy. There's another barrier there.
We don't. Oh my gosh, we don't have enough time to talk about the real challenges. You know, when you have a severed spinal cord, for instance. I mean, this is way down the road. That's not something that anyone's talking about right now.
But obviously people who have that, disability, the concept here, I mean, there's got to be a lot of hope for these people.
Sure. I think they like the idea that one day they could regain function. Now, what's crazy is that when you think about this company, Elon, with SpaceX, he wants to go to Mars. With Neuralink, his idea is similarly far-fetched, and that is he wants to enable healthy people to keep up with artificial intelligence as it advances. He describes people as, you're a de facto cyborg in that, your phone is an extension of yourself. You've outsourced a lot of your brain activity to your phone, and your ability to interact with your device is limited by how fast you can type with your thumbs. His theory is, well, if you could increase the data rate, your ability to communicate with your computer, well, then you can keep up with artificial intelligence so that as it advances, so too does the human race.
He wants one for himself, right? Isn't that
he wants one theoretically for himself for healthy people. Now that is so far away. And there are so many technical steps, that safety protocols and things that, this is years and years and years for that to be even possible. But, that's the dream.
We have this one patient who they're monitoring. How far along are they going to go until they have more patients? How long does the trial last?
We don't know. There's a lot they haven't disclosed about the trial. What I can say is there are a whole bunch of steps to get from here to more patients. First, we need to determine the safety profile over a period of time, right? So this patient is recovering well a day or two after surgery. How well is the implant? How well is their body receiving this implant months later, years later? The brain tissue could overgrow these little threads that are inside it and degrade the signals, degrade their ability to read neurons.
Yeah, because
move away from the threads.
We won't know that until it
takes years to determine if this can work for years. You have to wait and watch. We can say that the fact that they got this into a human means they've been in conversations with the FDA, and they've gotten the FDA comfortable with the idea of installing this device in a human brain, which is already a good big milestone. That said, from here, we need to know safety. Is it safe? We need to know, does it work? What are the signals that it picks up inside a brain? Are those signals useful? If you have useful signals, can you do anything with them? Can you actually restore function that would be useful to a person? Because remember, whatever you're able to do with this device, it has to be so good or so much better than existing technology that people want to get brain surgery for it.
Yeah, that is
right.
Yeah, that's
is high.
Right. That is a little bit. I hadn't thought about it, but that is. You don't think of just some kind of cosmetic surgery to be something put in your brain.
Exactly. Elective surgery for healthy people is so far away. Surgery for paralyzed people, I mean, look, a lot of people who are paralyzed who suffer today will want to jump at this for sure. But before they can do that, Neuralink needs to demonstrate that it's worth the risk, that there's something that they can give them.
Now, you cover digital health, of course. You cover this space. There are other companies that have brain implants, right?
There are. You know, something like this has been possible for years. There's a company called BlackRock Neurotech that has something called the Utah Array that has been, put in brains for years. Now, its capabilities are limited to what Neuralink hopes to accomplish in the future, but nevertheless, they have demonstrated what they put in, which can help people move a robot arm, which can, could enable them to feed themselves. They've shown that they could do this. Neuralink has to prove that they're better.
And they want to take it to beyond just helping people with those disabilities.
As I mentioned, they want to, Elon's upfront about this. I want to turn you into a human cyborg that can compete with and keep up with artificial intelligence as it advances.
He has all these companies, whether it's Tesla, SpaceX, the Boring Company. He's got Neuralink. Which of these do you think he's, and even X and Twitter?
You forgot that other one.
Yeah, Twitter. Well, X now.
He seems to be occupied with.
But he spent a lot of time on X trying to keep that going and change it and get past what it used to be. What of these companies do you find he has the most passion about? I mean, this goes right to artificial intelligence. Would it be this?
Oh, it's hard to say. I couldn't even hazard a guess. I think it's easy to say he's pretty fired up about all of them.
How does he find enough hours in the day to do all this?
Your guess is as good as mine. I think he has good people. I think in a lot of these companies, at SpaceX, he's got Gwynne Shotwell, and Gwynne Shotwell is as good as an executive as you have in corporate America running that company. So I think he's got to have some really great people to help run these companies.
And so Neuralink, we just have to wait to see what he posts next, right? I mean, he has a pretty good lid, it seems like, on the information.
Yeah, I think the next thing we can expect would be some sort of demonstration. Who is the patient, right? They'll show video. We'll see who the patient is and how they're recovering, and presumably what the company was able to accomplish with this implant in this patient. They will have selected. There are a lot of people that want to be guinea pigs for this, right? They will have selected, my guess is somebody younger who would respond well to surgery, who may have suffered in a horrible accident and is quadriplegic. We're going to see that person perform with their implant, presumably. That's something for people to look for.
Well, that will certainly be fascinating. Rolf Winkler covers digital health for the Wall Street Journal based in San Francisco. Thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate the insight.
Thank you for having me.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon in May 2023.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Did you know that most men over 50 have ED? Alpha Men's Center has a 96% success rate with ED. ED has many causes, like high blood pressure, low testosterone, and diabetes. And Alpha Men's Center has multiple treatment options. In fact, for $99, you get a consultation, blood work, and a test dose. And if you don't get results, your visit is free. 484-685-1235. Call Alpha Men's Center, alphamencenter.com. 484-685-1235.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
The House Homeland Security Committee voting this morning to advance 2 articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to go to the full House now. The vote was along party lines, 18-15. The vote comes after Border Patrol encountered more than 6 million illegal migrants at the border since President Biden took office. Congress last impeached a cabinet secretary 150 years ago. President Biden says he's decided on a response to an Iranian-backed drone attack on a U.S. military base near Jordan that left 3 U.S. service members dead. Fox's Jackie Heinrich.
Even as the administration is still analyzing who's responsible for the drone strike that killed 3 U.S. soldiers, Biden says Iran bears blame.
I do hold them responsible in the sense that they're supplying the weapons.
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
In the NBA Tuesday, the Boston Celtics beat the Indiana Pacers 129-124. They improved to a league best 22-2 at home. The New York Knicks win their 9th straight game as they defeat the Utah Jazz 118-103. 2 big upsets in college basketball as number 3 North Carolina falls to Georgia Tech 74-73, and number 5 Tennessee goes down to South Carolina 63-59. In MLB news, multiple reports say the Baltimore Orioles are being sold to billionaires David Rubenstein and Mike Arrighetti for $1.725 billion. Orioles legend Cal Ripken Jr. is also reported to be a part of the new ownership group. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tony Genualdo, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The theory, the NFL is rigged. I laugh at this anytime I see it. And some of them are very creative. Some of them are actually, people believe this. You even have it reaching the political realm. Here we are, where apparently Taylor Swift and Kelsey are going to endorse President Biden for the 2024 election. That has people up in arms, including Vivek, who is posting, I wonder who's going to win the Super Bowl next month. And I wonder if there's a major presidential endorsement coming from an artificially, culturally propped up couple this fall. Just some wild speculation over here. Let's see how it ages over the next 8 months. Yes, the NFL had it scripted that their MVP couldn't live up to any of the major moments, and a quarterback who was able to post 17 points in the game ends up beating the Baltimore Ravens. The latest NFL is rigged theory is Taylor Swift she was primed for the Super Bowl the entire time for the endorsement opportunity.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Israeli forces disguised as women and medics stormed a hospital in the occupied West Bank, killing 3 Palestinian militants. Chita Rivera, Tony-winning dancer and singer, dies at 91, and Illinois' election board declines to remove Donald Trump from the state's primary ballot.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris and Mark Cumberland this Saturday afternoon at 3. Find out why it's a great time to buy or sell your home. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate Saturday afternoon at 3.
What is dedication?
People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike and you didn't? I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
Arnon, Michigan.
What's on your mind?
There are no second acts in American public life, but there are reruns. So this year, like it or not, American voters seem faced with a November choice between former President Donald Trump and current President Joe Biden. More than just allowing debate moderators to address each opponent as Mr. President, this would be the first election in over 100 years in which both major parties nominated candidates who had actual experience in the White House. This will likely dramatically affect the way each conducts their campaign. First, a trip down memory lane or history lane. In 1892, former President Grover Cleveland, a Democrat, ran against Benjamin Harrison, the Republican president, who had defeated him in the election of 1888. In 1888, even though Cleveland had successfully appointed a large number of judges to the courts, he was hampered by his unpopular effort to reduce tariffs designed to protect U.S. manufacturing. Despite winning the popular vote, the tariff issue caused him to lose several important manufacturing states, and that cost him the vote in the Electoral College. In 1892, however, the tariff issue worked against Harrison, the incumbent president, as voters were tired of paying more for imported goods, and he was seen as being too supportive of big business. Yes, in American politics, the names and the dates change. The issues remain the same. The last election in 2020 was a classic referendum election. Donald Trump, the incumbent, was running in the midst of the COVID pandemic against, let's face it, a plain vanilla former senator and former vice president. It was an election that the incumbent, despite all the baggage acquired before and during the pandemic, came very close to winning. Fast forward 4 years, and we have 2 actual incumbents with track records that the vast majority of likely voters have observed in real time. Views of the first incumbent, Trump, are firmly held. While Democrats want voters to remember the economic trough brought on by COVID, almost all Republicans have favorable memories of the Trump era. A recent YouGov CBS News poll asked Trump supporters, roughly half of the electorate, why they were supporting him. Fully 97%, essentially everyone, said things were just better under Trump. In other words, essentially all Trump supporters view his presidency as just plain better. The second 2024 incumbent is Joe Biden. He's not been as fortunate. A year ago, we posited that Biden's first re-election efforts depended less on his, let's face it, lackluster polling than on how things would turn out on 4 hot issues: the economy, efforts to counter the global impact of China, the war in Ukraine, and the Middle East. Biden's fingerprints are all over each of those 4, and the public is going to judge Biden based on how they look in the fall just before the election. The difficulty for Biden right now is that all 4 areas remain challenging, both in reality as well in public perception. Yes, inflation is down from the 2021 highs, but prices at the gas pump remain higher than they were when Donald Trump was in office. Yes, Biden coaxed Congress to help U.S. companies invest in high-tech chips, but China still seems to be making inroads in the global economy and continues to be a threat to Taiwan. Each candidate needs to focus less on campaigning against the other as highlighting and defending their own records for their likely supporters. But the unknown unknowns remain. Maybe they improve for Biden, but maybe they do not. If they do improve, Biden could become one of the least expected two-term presidents of all time. Or they could turn south, and he could become this century's Benjamin Harrison. I'm Arnon Mishkin, and I lead the Fox News Election Decision Desk.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's PHILO.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this final day of January, Wednesday, January 31st. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasures on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producer. We have a lot of good stuff today, including not only Tony Bruno, live from Florida at 8:30, but also a major announcement.
What?
Woo. Exclusive to Kayal and Company listeners.
What?
At 7:20 this morning.
What?
Once we get to 7:20, I'm officially going into shutdown mode.
No, you're not.
I will have nothing left to offer.
Stop.
It's not true.
We will ride the prize and ride Bruno the rest of the way.
You will offer until 10 a.m.
I will blow gaskets for 4 straight hours. Or maybe I'll be in a good mood today. I think I'm actually in a good mood today.
Ooh.
I like exposing frauds. Dawn, how are you?
Good. Hump day. Happy hump day.
Hump day.
Yeah. Gregory?
Yes, hump day. I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Yeah.
I'm going to point out some hypocrisies here in the big take this morning with freedom and frauds and Ivy League elites, squad dems and funds, all sorts of stuff on that front. Also, I think it's kind of interesting now, and we'll get into this morning, the general election coming up, which we presume will just be Donald Trump and Joe Biden, barring anything unforeseen, as they battle for the black vote in America. Black votes matter. Not Black Lives Matter. Black votes matter. Very interesting negative commentary about where the black community is with Joe Biden. This coming off of a day or two ago where Donald Trump kind of got an endorsement from Snoop Dogg. Now, we'll talk about that this morning. And also, what's going on behind closed doors with the RNC this week? We'll get into that here in the 6 o'clock hour. Also coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, more with the Middle East as Joe's two daddies, Xi and Putin, are warning Joe to tread lightly, buddy.
He has two daddies?
He's got two. Yeah, I know it's
Who's your daddy?
Yeah, I know it's offensive to say that some people have a mom and dad in this lifetime, and some people are triggered by the fact that, you know, they're bothered by the nuclear family. Joe's got two dads, and his pops aren't happy. We'll get to that. Loaded cut sheet, Bruno, as I said, and also more of this, hey, no matter what happens, just stand down in the retail world. A Starbucks barista basically fired for self-defense.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. This guy took a total pounding, tried to fight back, and the woke coffee company said, you're fired. We'll get to that as we continue this morning. So a good mix of all sorts of stuff in the world of news and politics. But before we get to all of that and before we get to the big take, let's get to the news locally, regionally, nationally, internationally. The great Dawn Stenzelin.
Thanks, Nick, and good morning. This January 31st, another chilly, raw day. We're at 36 degrees. I'll begin with a widow from Willingboro. She is the widow of Sergeant William Jerome Rivers, originally from Willingboro, New Jersey, one of 3 U.S. soldiers we've talked about killed in that enemy drone attack at a U.S. base in Jordan over the weekend. His wife has said she is still in shock. He just wanted to do the patriotic thing. Ever since he was a little boy, he wanted to serve. And Sergeant Rivers also leaving behind a teenage son. So they are expected to be there in Dover to receive Sergeant William Jerome Rivers' flag-draped casket on Friday in Dover. President Joe Biden has indeed said, the White House has said, he will be there to receive the 3 bodies of our 3 patriots as they come home to America.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a controversy, Nick, that we touched on yesterday a bit because at some point there was that news conference where they said, well, we don't know the president's schedule and there's a lot going on in the Middle East. And on social media, there were many, particularly in the African-American community and the veteran community, commenting that these are 3 veterans, 3 African-American veterans.
That's correct.
How can this president not definitively say, yes, I'll be there.
And that will lead right into us at 6:30 with Biden losing some of the black vote and black support. They botched this really in many different ways. First of all, what are they doing over there in Jordan? These are, I believe, engineers, like people that actually build roads and things like that. A lot of commentators and experts saying the only reason they're over there was basically to put up a front, and essentially it was only a matter of time until they got attacked. And we talked yesterday about how Karine Jean-Pierre has botched it with all of her statements. So I'm glad they were able to check the big guy's schedule and he could, carve out a little window for the deceased.
Yeah, and confirm that one. We have in Bucks County, I'll take you there to the developing story with police initially responding to reports of a decapitated body in the suburbs of Bucks County inside this home around 7 o'clock last night. Now, we don't have that confirmation of the manner of the death, but now this has turned to the investigation into quite a gruesome video released on social media involving the man's 32-year-old son, who's now charged with murder. So this is Middletown Township inside the home, and the latest on the investigation that's underway in Middletown is that the man was found, the dad was found dead inside the home. The man's son is ID'd as 32-year-old Justin Moan. He's charged with first-degree murder, abuse of a corpse, among these other charges. A rather shocking story in the burbs and the quiet tree-lined streets there in Bucks County. But he's accused of not only beheading his own dad, but posting the video of him committing the act to YouTube.
Wow.
Sounds like a pretty mentally sane individual.
I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. Can you imagine you bring a child into this world, you hold it, and you think of all the possibilities and all the, what can this child become? And in 30 years, he ends up beheading you.
Yeah. You hope that your kid will keep his feet on the ground and reach for the stars, as Casey Kasem used to say.
Yep. Yeah.
And then he says, you know what? Off with your head. It's gross.
It is.
Murder's murder, obviously, but I mean, when they go to these, extra circumstances, it's just like these people need to be put in a padded cell.
So the officers, when they arrived there in the 100 block of Upper Orchard Drive last night, they say the victim's wife came home to discover her husband's, the situation. She frantically calls 911. So the wife was actually the one to find this. Now, I don't know if she's a stepmother or if she's the suspect's mother, but ultimately the police are saying that this suspect fled in his father's car. And so there's a search now. He referred to himself as a, quote, militia leader, called his father a traitor to the country for being a federal employee.
Oh, boy.
For 20 years.
Uh-oh.
He also spoke about President Joe Biden.
Oh, no.
And threatened multiple federal agencies in this YouTube video.
Ruh-roh.
Here we go.
So there was the search for him well into the night. He was taken into custody in Fort Indiantown Gap. This is in Lebanon County, Pennsylvania, about 100 miles from that crime scene. So there's a National Guard training base right around there, and so that's where they were following his cell phone.
Stalker, so what do you think the odds are that this guy was on some sort of prescription or some sort of mental health?
110%.
Yeah, that's what we do. We just drug people up, right? Just put them on. Give them this. Okay.
We have many more developments on the situation. I know that DA Krasner, city officials holding that news conference yesterday with new surveillance video released yesterday from last week's deadly police-involved shooting that injured the officer who, thank goodness, was released from the hospital. He was shot in the leg and is recovering at home. But in that scuffle that happened in North Philadelphia, there was a young man, 28-year-old Alexander Spencer, who was shot and ultimately died later in the hospital. So the mother of the man who died, that's Spencer, says she viewed the video with police and officials from the DA's office. She says she deserves more answers from this. Police and the commissioner standing behind the officers saying there was a scuffle. It was on the ground. The officer, you hear him saying, that he was hit. And then ultimately, that's when Spencer had been shot. But the story, if you go through all the video, and I know we'll talk about it later, ultimately the officer's firearms remained in the holster. It was a different officer who finally then fires his weapon at who he believes is the shooter of the original officer as they were scuffling.
So the authorities at this point in time are in support and agreement with the officers.
Yes. They say that the officer who fired the shot, 33-year-old officer Raheem Hall of the 24th Police District, 6-year veteran of the force, and they say that he fired after one of his colleagues was shot.
Okay.
But that everything remained holsters until that point. The mom wants answers. Krasner says he will investigate if there are any charges against Officer Raheem Hall, but they're withholding all of that, still investigating.
Okay.
Just other headlines. There's a lot this morning. So other headlines, of course, House Republicans did vote to advance the effort to impeach DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. We talked about that. We expected that. And as well, we had Carter Hart, Philadelphia Flyers. He is among multiple players in the league, multiple hockey players charged in that 2018 sex assault case. So he's facing the sex assault charges, one charge dating back from 2018 when he was a teenager, played on a JV junior team in Canada.
Yeah. I believe it's 3 or 4 other players were also linked to whatever allegedly happened.
This is a woman who claims that back then, 6+ years ago, there was some kind of a gala. She had claimed that she was assaulted and that he was one of many. So he's charged with one count. His attorney speaking out, saying he did not do this. He is innocent of this and looks forward to his day in court to be fully exonerated.
No, that'll do it for the Flyers season. On to the Sixers. How'd they do last night? They get beat?
Yes, they did.
Well, don't even ask.
Yeah,
So not only
them.
did we get beaten by the Warriors, but that's not even a headline. That's not what the lesser Nick, as we say, Nick Nurse, I'm teasing. Nick Nurse was speaking about and very concerned about Joel Embiid's knee.
Yeah, here we go.
Because they're another scuffle. They're kind of on the ground, like scuffling for the ball.
Yeah.
And then the other dude falls right on his leg.
Yeah.
The bad leg. It's always the bad leg.
All right, so we got pitchers and catchers. When's the NFL draft?
I think that's in April.
I think the winter just came to a close, folks. We're on to the spring.
So you could, and basically, if you had a thought bubble for Nick Nurse and you took what Nick Kayal just said in the news conference, like that was the audio coming out of the thought bubble during the news conference.
Yep.
Because he didn't want to talk about the score. He didn't want to talk about anything else. It was like Joel and the leg. And then he sort of slipped and said, well, and this wasn't even his main problem. And they were like, oh, well, what was the other problem? And he's like,
40 years, over 40 years since this city has seen a winter sports team win a championship.
That stinks.
None in my lifetime.
You know what?
That's
Thank
fine.
God for something good that's going to happen today in the 7 a.m. hour. because
Thank God.
Hell yeah.
Everything stinks.
1 hour and 5
It's
minutes from
bad. Even the forecast.
Where we give thanks. We give a thank you back to the listeners of Kayal and Company.
The suspense is killing me.
I
I wish
know.
I knew what it was.
Yeah, I know.
I can't wait.
Okay.
And the forecast isn't much better. It's 36 right now, and drizzly, raw, rainy day today, 42 degrees, no sun, Greg. Kind of a nasty forecast. So that's Kayal and Company.
All right, Dawn,
Not-
thank you
not a
very
good
much.
day.
6:14, let's get to a midweek big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Wawa this morning. Freedom, frauds, and funds the last 4 years have been one massive smear campaign from the left and the elites. I think it was all done by design, from the global elites to the George Soroses of the world to the government to big tech to federal agencies to academic institutions. On down the list, you eradicate critical thinking skills, you suppress speech, and then you bury those who resist. Conform and fall in line, or you end up being labeled. Nothing personifies this bogus period of time better than the squad Dems and the Ivy League elites. But ask yourself this: why do they hate freedom so much? And isn't it great when these frauds get dimed out for their hypocrisies? There's nothing I love more than being preached to and spoken at and lectured by A bunch of people that I've kind of sniffed out from day one as being full of crap, and then having the, aha, gotcha moment. Let's start with two stories from the Ivy League and Harvard University. Graduates of Ivy League institutions, they claim to be the smartest people in the room, and sometimes they actually are. Yet that pricey education can't buy common sense, and it can't buy courage, it appears these days. According to a poll conducted by Scott Rasmussen and the Committee to Unleash Prosperity, hold on to this. Over half of Ivy League grads think that the United States of America has, quote, too much freedom, 55% to be exact. So what about the rest of the country? Well, only 16% of regular voters believe there's too much freedom in America, while 57% of voters think that there's not enough freedom. You want to talk about being detached from reality? Go to Harvard, Yale, Penn, Princeton, Columbia, Dartmouth, or Brown. Come out of school with 6 figures worth of debt and half the intelligence you entered with. These Ivy League enrollees clearly don't value the liberties that we have in this country. Maybe they should relocate to China upon graduation, or perhaps the Middle East, or better yet, Russia. Actually, upon further review, they can stay right here in the country and move to the closest thing to China, California. Let's take a listen to Joe Rogan, who was going off on how insane the left-wing thought process has become and how it's driven Democrats away from the party and also from the state of California. Listen and watch this.
Austin people are great people. They're really nice. They're nice. They're not Hollywood people. They're not lost in this fake world of leftist ideology that everybody's trapped in. They're just people. They're just regular people, man. And those people exist outside of these blue bubbles where everyone's gone insane. Well, I used to be a part of the blue bubble. I was 100% a left-leaning person who lived in Los Angeles. I was 100%. I never voted Republican my whole life. I was very left-leaning, especially with like any social issues. When it comes to financial things, I'm a little bit more conservative, but at the end of the day, I'm way more left than I am right. But California went nuts, man. It's gone like full communist. It's out of its mind. And their approach to law enforcement is so insane. It's so insane. The no cash bail, the letting people out for committing violent crimes, the not stopping people for stealing up to whatever money it is. What is it, $900 now? I think they raised it. I think they made it a little higher. San Francisco is non-existent. Most of San Francisco is emptied out of like big chain stores and big department stores.
I wouldn't even do stand-up there anymore.
It's crazy.
They ruined it.
They ruined the city.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
you can bring it back. The structure's still there. But
Yeah,
you'd have
yeah.
to have some hardcore Rudy Giuliani type come in there and knock heads.
Wow.
And nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. They're peace, love, and granola. And
Pretty wild that criminals have more freedom than conservatives do these days. In left-leaning cities or big blue cities, you can steal under $2,000 worth of items from Target, and it's, well, let them go. But if you purchase something MAGA or Trump online, have the federal authorities contact your bank. Instead of locking up shoplifters, we lock up the toilet paper. That same school of thought on the West Coast permeates the Ivy Leagues, and it's a relatively small percentage of Americans that think this way, but it's become the forced predominant ideology of Democrats in power. And speaking of the Ivy Leagues and frauds, what do we have here? Apparently, plagiarism spreads at Harvard like the common cold, as the chief diversity officer has been accused of plagiarism and taking credit for academic study by her own husband. Jeez, talk about cheating on your spouse. According to the Washington Free Beacon, Sherry Ann Charleston is Harvard's Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, another frivolous title, and she has stolen research, allegedly, of her husband and branded it as her own. Apparently, she was asleep during the Claudine Gay scandal. Better hope Elise Stefanik doesn't get wind of this. The university received a letter from a source outlining 40 different instances of alleged plagiarism that includes lifting texts and paraphrasing nearly a dozen scholars without attribution in her 2009 dissertation. But the most serious accusation involves her sole peer-reviewed article, co-authored by her husband, LeVar Charleston, who works as Deputy Vice Chancellor for DEI, at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. It's a DEI double dip of fraudulence. The 2014 study, also co-authored with Gerlando Jackson, appears to have the same methods, findings, and even interview subjects as a 2012 work authored by LeVar Charleston. The two papers include identical responses from students, and the 2014 paper appears to be entirely counterfeit, said the head of the National Association of Scholars, Peter Wood. Seems like DEI is one of the biggest frauds ever perpetuated on the American public. And lastly, to go along with freedom and frauds, we need to point out the fraud that is Squad Dem Cori Bush, Democrat from Missouri, who stomps around Washington like an angry little Oompa Loompa, who has now been accused of misusing and misappropriating security funds. And she's being investigated by Joe Biden's Justice Department over her alleged misuse of government funds intended to pay for her security. That according to two sources from Fox News, but she has come out and said it's all just a right-wing ruse. Let's take a stroll down memory lane when Bush blew a gasket on live television when pressed about this in the past. Listen and watch.
The thing, I won't let them get that off. You can't get that off. I'm going to make sure I have security because I know I have had attempts on my life and I have too much work to do. There are too many people that need help right now for me to allow that. So if I end up spending $200,000, if I spend $10 more on it, you know what? I get to be here to do the work. So suck it up, and defunding the police has to happen. We need to defund the police and put that money into social safety nets.
Suck it up, Buttercup. I'm going to spend $500,000 on private security while publicly advocating to defund the police. It's almost like everything the Squad Dems say and do is completely bogus. Rules for thee, but not for me. Security for me at any cost, but not for you. These frauds need to be primaried immediately. Get them all out of office. And I want the audience to know this. From the Ivy Leagues to the East Coast to the West Coast elites, to all of these DEI props, to the Squad Dems, they're all con artists. They're all BS artists. And hopefully, we're down to the final few months of them holding a majority, or at the very least, even if Dems somehow win in 2024, maybe they can just abandon the fringe, loony, radical left that have poisoned this country. Nobody likes them. Nobody thinks like them. Nothing they do policy-wise works. They hate freedom, and they're frauds. Day by day, one by one, time to expose every last one. And that's the Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take this morning brought to you by Wawa, as Wawa is ringing in 2024 in a big way with any 20-ounce or 24-ounce freshly brewed hot coffee for just $2, including their new caramel cream flavor. Sounds delicious. Pour more of your favorite coffee today. Gotta have a Wawa. We'll take your thoughts and reactions, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button and be a part of the show today. Coming up next, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, as they continue their battle for the black vote and why it's not looking good for Joe right now. As we continue, Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, on a Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, I love Parks Casino, the #1 casino experience in the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. They really do have it all. It is my casino of choice. 3,200 state-of-the-art slots, 115 live table games, the best sports book on the entire East Coast. Award-winning restaurants like Parks Grill, Steakhouse, Bamboo, and Liberty Bell Gastropub, I should say. New York's best club comedians every other Thursday night, and the best bands every weekend, only at 360 Lounge. By the way, tomorrow night, I can't wait for Zioli tomorrow at Parks. Top headliners every weekend at the 1,500-seat Excite Center at Parks Casino, the ultimate destination for action, excitement, entertainment, and America's top psychic medium, Matt Frazier, coming up April 20th, comedian Andrew Dice Clay, April 27th, SNL's Colin Jost, February 16th and 17th, Valentine's weekend, comedian Nikki Glaser, March 9th, Tracy Morgan, May 11th. Free parking, valet parking, EV charging stations galore for all things Parks Casino. Just visit parkscasino.com, PARX, Casino and Sportsbook. This is how you win. Got to be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
For a limited time, when you call Oliver for a new air conditioner, you'll get a gas furnace for free. You heard right. Buy a new high-efficiency air conditioner today, and the gas furnace is free. Plus 0% financing and monthly payments as low as $99. Call 855-275-6548 or visit oliverheatcool.com. Oliver Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Reliable, fast service you've come to trust for more than 50 years.
Financing and payments are subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
Win a luxury 2024 Lexus SUV during the $1.2 million Polar Payout at Borgata. Now through February 24th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance to win. 2 lucky players will take home a 2024 Lexus SUV. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on January 27th and February 24th. $1.2 million Polar Payout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop, Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
Start 2024 by building stronger financial roots with First Harvest Credit Union. Open our growth savings account and earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials as well. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
Kayal and Company, 6:31. Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we continue on this Wednesday morning hump day. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, big announcement. We are inside of 1 hour, 7:20 this morning. What could it be? What could it be? Is somebody leaving? Is somebody coming? Are we adding something, subtracting something? Is it something for you, the listener, that you're just going to love?
Uh-oh.
The plot thickens, the suspense builds. The countdown is on.
Less than an hour.
That is correct. Tony Bruno, 2 hours from now. Your calls, tweets, YouTube comments, certainly welcomed and encouraged. We'll get to Joe Biden and Donald Trump here in a moment as we rev up for the 2024 general election and the battle for the black vote, which I find to be very fascinating as you look at both Trump and Biden, where they struggle, where they excel, what demo they have, what demo they're lacking in. We'll get to that in a moment. But I thought it was a rough day yesterday for Harvard. Another plagiarist exposed. Also, that Rasmussen poll, which is really the most confounding of everything I hit on the big take. Yeah, I knew Cori Bush. She's a total skunk. I've known it from day one. You can just look at it and stop with her. Stomping around, always angry and ticked off. I might have to do my Squad Dem angry power rankings. Ilhan Omar is probably the number 1 seed. I've never seen her smile once in my life. But Cori Bush is probably right behind her. Jamal Bowman likes to pull fire alarms. And AOC's become just kind of like a caricature of herself. So I've actually got her lower on my rankings. But why is it that the Ivy League elites hate freedom? I saw that poll from Rasmussen yesterday. 55% of Ivy League educated people believe that we have too much freedom in this country. And I don't know what it is, Dawn, because it's almost like they think that they're so smart, and certainly some of them really are smart. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and knock a Harvard doctor. I mean, these are some of the brightest people on the planet. But it's almost like they think the rest of us peons and peasants can't handle such liberty and privileges that we are afforded in this country. And I go back to the pandemic, and it really did feel like some people, they enjoyed lockdowns. They enjoyed having the government kind of say, no, you can't do that again until we tell you when it's okay and we green light it for you to go back to work or go to the playground and we'll lift up the caution tape and things like that. I don't know what it is about these smart people, but they just don't seem to value the ability to just go do whatever you want in this beautiful country that we have, like the rest of us normal people do.
Yeah, it's like self-bondage.
Yeah, it is.
You know, which is a thing, which I recently somehow stumbled across that on Twitter.
Oh.
That's what I was looking. I'm like, what is this? It's a thing.
Did you go down like a rabbit hole?
So I did. And then I'm like, whoa, okay.
All right. Bail out.
And so ultimately, I would just say this about it. Sorry, that's my phone.
Yeah, Dawn's listening to another radio show in there.
she's multitasking. I thought that was Greg cutting up audio.
What are President Steve up to?
No, that was KYW News Radio.
Yeah, okay.
KYW News Radio.
1060.
I love the jingles. I'm telling you, man, we got to bring the jingles back.
I know. Remember that I know. I love the jingles. I just would say this. It's a distraction. You know, you said a lot of these people are doctors and people who are supposed to invent stuff, might be quirky individuals, might be brainiacs.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like this effort to distract them from what they should be doing.
Yeah.
So look, freaky if you're a freaky person and you're in the Ivy Leagues and you're brilliant, and in the quiet of your own home, you want to do yourself bondage, just knock yourself out.
Yeah.
But we don't want your bondage.
Yeah, I don't want constraints. I don't want restrictions. I'm not saying life has to be the wild, wild west, but I mean, the more than half of these people believe we have too much freedoms. Like, I mean, so what do they not like about America? Do they not like the fact that you can pick and choose a job you like, or date, or have adult relations with whoever the hell you want, as long as they're an adult and they're not a minor? Do they not like the fact that you can get in your car and drive from point A to point B? The fact that you could just roam about and do whatever you want pretty much under the sun within the laws that are, established in society? I'm blown away that we already know they hate speech, but they hate freedom as well. That's the thing that blows me away. We already know they want to curtail the way you think and what you're allowed to say out loud. But the fact that they hate freedom in general is just like, we got to ship these people out.
I think they don't even know what they hate. They've taken so much for granted. I mean, they should, they should go to Dover on Friday and stand there with families to understand what the sacrifice that's made.
Right.
And watch those families and those loved ones, the widows and children.
They hate what these three died for.
I don't, Nick.
Right?
I don't know.
I mean,
that
these guys
they
are
do.
fighting. These guys are fighting for our freedom. These guys and gals, they put their lives on the line for what? I'll probably be wrong with the salaries because I always am. I mean, what were these people that were making, these three that were killed in their sleep by a drone? I don't know, $45,000 in the military, and they hate freedom while these people over there, sleeping in a cot as a Jordanian or an Iranian-backed drone kills them in their sleep, but they hate freedom.
I honestly don't know that they actually understand what they have. They're so blessed in their lives that they don't, and they're just in such this bubble
That's
that
a
they
great way to
live
put
in.
it. They live in this elitist, smart think tank bubble of like-mindedness.
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of people guilty of that. There's Republicans and conservatives that live in a little bubble that only see what they want to see or hear what they want to hear. But these people, the way they carry themselves and look down upon stuff like that, that's the part that just blows me away.
It's much like, and where was it? Was it in Philadelphia where they said they wanted the new city council members to go on ride-alongs with cops? I think those kinds of things where you can walk in somebody's shoes, so to speak, will enlighten you. And then it's more difficult once you've been just, Masher and Cambria and North Philadelphia and I've been on those ride-alongs. I don't even know that they allow the ride-alongs with news reporters anymore. But I would say the same thing for some of these Ivy League individuals who are very blessed. Those individuals who are in the LGBTQ plus community, and they're the same ones who perhaps will go to a rally. We just had a rally on Monday here at University of Pennsylvania with some faculty members. So those individuals need to understand that a lot of the freedoms that we enjoy, a lot of the communities who are out here protesting would be beheaded in public streets in the Middle East, and for those that they are standing up for.
Yep.
And that's the ironic sort of sick part of this.
No doubt about it.
I don't even think they understand the freedom that they so hate. Do you know what I'm saying?
I agree. I don't think they even process the issues properly, to be honest. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. So very interesting. We've talked about Trump and we've talked about, trying to win over women, suburban women on the outskirts of big cities in battleground states. I want to shift the demographic from the female demo to the black voter. I thought this was very fascinating, and we'll get to Trump in a moment, but I want to start with Joe Biden because Cliff Albright is the co-founder of Black Votes Matter, and he was on Fox on Monday, and he warned that President Biden's lack of support amongst younger black voters was, quote, the most concerning issue for the Biden campaign. Black Votes Matter co-founder Cliff Albright was on Fox and then made the media rounds as he joined CNN, and he was on with Poppy Harlow, the popster, as Stalker would say, and he noted that president's weakness is the polls amongst young black voters asking, How much of that, Cliff, do you attribute to particularly this president not calling for a ceasefire? So they're trying to bring in the Middle East here to the black voter in America with Biden and the mounting civilian casualties in Gaza. We saw him interrupted by protesters over the weekend in South Carolina. Albright went on to say this is, quote, definitely a major issue. You know, I told a high-ranking person within the administration that has got to be their most concerning issue. When you look at the poll numbers, you know, black voters in general are disappointed with the president's policy. Disappointed is generous with the president's policies in this country and with what's going on in Gaza. But when you look at the younger black voters, it's around 70 to 75, perhaps 80% who are not just disappointed, but just outright mad about it. And that is a major issue. He also goes on to say that other things that the black voter is irked about right now are climate change, gun reform, and police accountability. Now, I've been saying for a while that I actually believe that one poll that we have cited numerous times, that Joe Biden has lost about 24% of the black vote that he carried in 2024. But I'm not going to go overboard. If that was, like they say in the poll, 87%, and it's now 63%, granted, it's one poll. But I do think we have seen, and you can just feel it, you can sense it, that the black voter is not happy with Joe Biden. But I also don't know that they are automatically going to just vote for Trump by default. It could simply be they sit it out and they don't vote for Joe. But I do think if you're Trump right now, if you're looking for areas where you can kind of chip away, we know he's doing well with Hispanics. We know he has struggled with women. But maybe the black vote is an opportunity that his campaign needs to take advantage of. What have we been talking about for the last couple of days with Joe Biden and Hollywood celebrities? The two words, TS, Taylor Swift. Snoop Dogg comes out and praises Donald Trump and says, I've got nothing but love and respect for Donald Trump after he pardoned one of his associates, Michael Harris, on one of the final days that he was in office before leaving in January of 2021. Snoop Dogg went on to say that he doesn't know if he will necessarily endorse and vote for Trump. He has to consider it. But if Joe's going to roll out Taylor Swift, if you're looking to play the celebrity card like Trump in a demo that matters, if I'm Trump's campaign, I'm getting in touch with Snoop Dogg and, I don't know, maybe doing an event together, maybe having a message, maybe having him post something on social media. I don't think it could hurt. He's got a lot of cachet in the black community. He's got a lot. You could maybe argue he is, and I know he's not, this will trigger people. He's not in his prime anymore. He's not what he was in the 90s and the early 2000s when he was like the face of like rap and hip hop music, or at least one of the founding fathers, so to speak. But if you're trying to, siphon away votes in certain spots from Trump, I think you could do far worse than not reaching out to Snoop Dogg.
I think Snoop Dogg, I would say that he is, to my teenagers, for example, my youngest, he's he's like an iconic figure. And that's why he's in these commercials.
He's everywhere.
So he's that rock star who's still cool.
Right.
The equivalent of, how rock stars somehow they age well.
Right.
Certain genres and certain, in music, certain musicians will age. He's one of those guys.
To your point, and I'll give you an example of exactly what you're talking about. Kid Rock's not enough for Trump. Like Trump certainly has many people in Hollywood and music. But Kid Rock already plays to Trump's base.
Yeah.
Snoop Dogg doesn't necessarily play to Trump's base, right? But like that would be a step in the right direction. All of a sudden, he's got Kid Rock, he's got Snoop Dogg, because Dana White and Joe Rogan. That's simply not enough. Like we see these UFC crowds for Trump, and we think, oh, Trump's going to roll, and Joe Biden would never get. But that's Trump's base. All that's doing is reaffirming what we already think and believe.
Yeah, I just think that, and we'll go back to the Philadelphia election, different from, let's say, Chicago, where in Philadelphia, they didn't go for the kind of far left Helen Gim.
Yeah.
I think in the African-American community in particular, and working class neighborhoods, this whole far left, all of this DEI stuff does not play. Look at what's happening with our school lottery situation, where right now that's ongoing this week. Families and parents who are hoping to get into the 22 best schools, public schools in Philadelphia. They're learning right now this week if they got into the school of their choice, and there are waiting lists that are really long. So these communities are thinking about things like safety in the community, the quality of this, those are the quality of life issues. And I think to Snoop Dogg's point and to your point, I just think that it's more of a central common sense. Hey, Trump, he made sense. He went out there when nobody really did this, and he made it a thing to go out there and find individuals who did not deserve the long sentences they had. And there's a disproportionate number of African Americans who are in that community who were in jail for decades when their white counterparts may have served 15 months. And so Trump looked at that and said, it's not fair. Let's either commute part. And that's what Snoop Dogg, that's common sense. It's a rational thing. So I think he does appeal to that.
I would agree. 855-839-1210, the phone number. But does Nikki Haley appeal to the modern day Republican? The numbers say no, and the reason why? Well, find out on the other side. It's Kayal and Company as we continue and wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. Next, Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Last year at the Super Bowl, Rob Gronkowski went wide left on FanDuel's Kick of Destiny. Now, he's back for Kick of Destiny 2, and this time you can play along. All you have to do is choose if Gronk will make or miss. Get your free pick in right now, because if you're right, you'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. Everyone can get in on the action when Gronk takes his shot at redemption before Super Bowl 58. Whether your team make or team miss, just head to FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuelSportsbook.com right now to get your pick in. It's absolutely free. Then tune in before the game to see Gronk's kick live. You'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets if you're right. New to FanDuel? Just visit FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up. Make every moment more with FanDuel. In partnership with Valley Forge Casino, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, present in PA. No purchase necessary. $10 million prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Prize issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
If this cold winter we've endured hasn't yet convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe the great people at Guida Door and Window can help by giving you one more month to do so at their best prices of the year. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's your last chance to do so by receiving 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can pay now and buy later with Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans. This offer will expire at the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 652. Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are inside of 30 minutes from our major show announcement that is coming up at 7:20 this morning. Tony Bruno at 8:30 in his weekly spot. We will also be welcoming in a new sponsor to the program next week that I will be excited to talk to you about. Men, you better be paying attention. That's all I can say right now. That'll begin next week. But what are we going to do at 7:20? What are we giving out? What's happening? Does anybody have a clue? I'm getting tweets. I'm getting texts. Nick, what could it be? You guys are going to like this. And by the way, if there's any sourpuss out there that doesn't like it,
oh, there will be.
You're gonna hear the rant from your boy.
Well, you know what you're gonna get. You're gonna get people like, "Oh, really? That's it?" Or "Really? That's okay." Yeah.
On this drizzly, miserable, weather-wise morning,
yes,
this is a glimmer of hope and renewal.
I fought to get this for a thank you for the listeners of this radio program for supporting us for so many years.
That's right.
GregStalker.com.
Yeah, change that web address, Kevin Poole.
Come on, Kev.
Cut sheet 745. Also, the car industry with AM radio back in the news again as that battle continues. We will get to that. But when we come back, the news from Dawn, and then one of the best breakdowns as to why nobody wants Nikki Haley. 7 o'clock hour is next on Kayal Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Anastasia on Westchester Pike in Newtown Square on Saturday, March 9th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Resolve all your home's plumbing problems today. Horizon Services pros are ready to solve any plumbing emergencies that you didn't see coming. From burst pipes to water heater disasters, Horizon's licensed experts have you covered with same-day, 24/7 solutions. And to help you save on future emergencies, we're offering $50 off any repair. Schedule your visit online today at horizonservices.com/radio.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Increase your spending power in the new year with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy, including gas, groceries, restaurants, shopping, travel, and more. Go ahead and treat yourself to something extra with the cash back you earned. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep the weight off. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary, to give you the best value because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
The popular Friends and Family Sale is back at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
Hey, Audubon, tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Just like the wide-winged dove sings a song, sounds like she's singing. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
7 o'clock. Welcome back in as we begin hour number 2 here on this Wednesday morning of Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, as many of you love to do. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. 855-839-1210. Major show announcement coming up in just under 20 minutes. Tony Bruno at 8:30. And one of the greatest breakdowns, the best, one of the most eloquently worded breakdowns as to why Nikki Haley just is not catching on, even in her home state of South Carolina. By the way, if you're keeping track, we're just about a week away from the Nevada primary and caucus. A week ago yesterday, they do the caucus, February 6th, and then February 8th, Thursday, a week from tomorrow, they do the primary, and that will be up before we get to South Carolina. So we'll break that down coming up in just a little bit. But right now, let's get to the news. I'm sure there is a lot of it. 7:01, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Wednesday morning, January 31st, 36 degrees with drizzle on the way. This morning, we're talking about headlines including a Bucks County man in custody facing first-degree murder charges. This after police say he took off in his father's car after actually murdering his own dad and decapitating his father, allegedly capturing the entire thing on a video that he released to YouTube. A horrifying, gruesome murder scene as police in Bucks County were called to that scene last night and early this morning. And this, by the way, as Bucks County officials announced that they finally, after 9 days of their 911 system being down, they have, after a ransomware attack, they have restored core functionality. That's what they're saying. That's the quote. Core functionality they've restored to the Bucks County 911 computer-aided dispatch system. Finally, 9 days this has been down.
A week and a half.
Yes.
Wow. By the way, on this beheading, we talked last week about the guy in Alabama who got nitrogen by death. Maybe we bring that up to Pennsylvania and give this guy some nitrogen for his heinous acts. How about that? I'd be fine with that.
Reading the description of this is just like...
It makes me cringe. He
went on YouTube and said he did it and then allegedly held up what looked like a decapitated head of his father on YouTube. So
he's got something in common with Kathy Griffin then.
Yeah, Kathy Griffin, that's fake, dude.
I know. Trying to make light of it. Sorry, I missed.
Yeah, Kathy Griffin, it was a fake
the fake
head
Trump
of
head.
Trump.
Yeah. It's always the thing I think of when somebody's holding up a head is her.
Ooh,
that nut job.
Which was horrible.
Yeah.
But I do, this is making national news. It's gruesome. It's horrible. But also the son now, who's charged with first-degree murder of his father, there are ties to, in the video, apparently says he's a member of a militia. He's bashing Joe Biden. There's a political angle to this.
So how long until the media pounces on this?
Yep.
That's my question.
Did they find a red MAGA hat?
Well,
because that's the next step, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be. I'm saying this. This is going to be national news.
Yes.
Okay.
Because of the political implications of this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this guy was obviously nuts.
Has the Inquirer written a hit piece yet on a slant yet with this story? Because to your point, that's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look. People are reporting it as what the officials are saying, that because it was on the video.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's talking about politics, talking about Joe Biden, says his motive, allegedly says that his motive for murdering his own father, his father was a federal employee, and so he has a problem with the federal government.
Oh, okay.
So that's where it's going.
So now every member of Congress is going to have to answer for this. Like they're going to be like, "So, are these the views you espouse?
Yeah.
Please answer my question."
That's correct.
Do you condemn what this man did?
Do you
Please.
condone beheading your father?
Yeah.
That works for the federal government.
It's sick.
Yeah.
So we've talked this morning a lot about the big news conference yesterday. It made news yesterday and still continues to make news today. As new surveillance video has been released of that police-involved shooting. An officer survived the shooting. He was shot in the leg. He's recovering from home after being released from the hospital. As for the family of 28-year-old Alexander Spencer, the mom speaking out, saying that, in fact, she still has questions about that shooting after the scuffle, and ultimately her son died in the hospital. So DA Larry Krasner speaking out, saying that he is reserving many of his comments for the investigation. But I will say our new police commissioner released some of the body cams, more surveillance video, and is standing behind the Philadelphia police officers involved in that situation, saying they entered that North Philadelphia store as there was an active warrant for one of the individuals. And by the way, they've still been searching for a guy they accuse of grabbing the firearm that was used to shoot the officer in the leg.
Mm-hmm.
So the officers had probable cause. And this is all about stop and frisk as well, because that was something that Sherelle Parker had absolutely supported. So I see the divisions being drawn here, where we've seen the new mayor as well as her police commissioner saying they support a limited stop and frisk, and that's not supported by the DA Krasners of Philadelphia.
Okay.
So
Yep,
that's just pointing that out.
They're on at least they're on the correct side,
Yes, sir.
even though it's limited in scope.
So we do have a Philadelphia woman. She has been charged now, criminally charged, because she's accused of exposing herself on a flight and threatening to kill other passengers. So she's identified as 60-year-old Dulce Huertas, and she's accused of disrupting a Frontier Airlines flight from Orlando to Philadelphia. She has now officially been criminally charged with disrupting that Frontier Airlines flight. And and police authorities say she exposed herself. Man, never a dull moment on some of these flights.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
After further review, I'll just drive to the West Coast moving forward if I ever have the desire to go out west. These flights. I'm telling you, people get on a plane and weird stuff just happens. Your brain shuts off. I don't know.
She had been served only 2 alcoholic drinks and started yelling and cursing at the flight attendant, who said, "Sit back down." She was cursing at the passengers around her, refused, according to reports, had said she would not sit down. And that's when she had exposed herself.
Oh, boy.
Jeez. So we've got that going on. Another local story. Thank you to Anthony Dorenzo, who pointed this one out. This is a biggity big businessman with a lot of political ties, somebody who certainly had been an ally to former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. And his brother, obviously, is a lawmaker in South Jersey. This is George Norcross III, high-profile Jersey Democrat. He has agreed to pay this $5 million penalty after a criminal investigation into hundreds of millions of dollars in tax breaks that he received that the energy company Holtec International had been awarded. So this was announced yesterday, State Attorney General's office. And ultimately, now the company based in Camden, South Jersey, that dismantles nuclear power sites to defer criminal charges linked to this bogus 2018 application for $1 million in tax credits. So he was in line to get these tax credits, the AG under the Murphy administration. And so there are some political, implications to this, because obviously Norcross is somebody who's backed those who are not necessarily supportive of Murphy.
Mm-hmm.
And so there are some, who may say that maybe this was politically motivated to look into this. I don't know that. I'll just point that out to you. But Mr. Norcross, an insurance executive, is on the board of Holtec. His spokesperson could not be reached for comment. So he agreed to pay the $5 million penalty. So there it is. So no criminal charges.
Gotcha.
Boom. We've talked about this morning. We've talked about so much. Joel Embiid, by the way, looks like he's out. He has an MRI today after that scuffle on the floor, on the court floor, another court scuffle, you might say, in the basketball court. But nobody's talking about the Warriors winning over the Sixers. They're talking about the fact that one of the players fell on his bad knee, and it was like hyperextended already, and then crushed. It's hard to look at that video.
That's because nobody watched it because it started at 10:30. You got to be insane to watch an NBA game in January at 11 o'clock at night on a Tuesday.
There's so much to talk about this morning, but we are sponsored this morning. Before I give the forecast, weather and news sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidations. So Overstock Emergency Turn 7 must liquidate to the bare walls immediately. No games, all name brand merchandise from the biggest online retailers sacrificed up to 90% off. Okay, so you're going to pay 10%. Turn 7. Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall. Hurry, Turn 7 Liquidations. And we do have liquid in the form of drizzle in the forecast today. Just 42 degrees. It's raw, it's rainy, it's cloudy, it's ugly today. But tomorrow, just for Greg Stocker, because he loves the sun, Greg Stocker, the sun will come out tomorrow, and we're near 50 degrees tomorrow. So it's going to be warm, the warmest day of the week tomorrow. Just a lovely day with partly sunny skies tomorrow. And 52 degrees. They've just upped this for you Thursday, tomorrow. Then Friday, 45 degrees, partly sunny. The weekend, 46 degrees and bright sunny skies on Saturday. And for your Sunday, what a treat, 50 degrees, bright sunny skies. So the weekend looks nice. Sunday looks to be the better day. But tomorrow we can look forward to that on this rainy, drizzly day. Thank you so much, Turn 7 Liquidations, for sponsoring our news and weather. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. And as Dawn was delivering the news, we had some breaking news come down just about 8 minutes ago. This just in, I'm seeing this from MSNBC on Twitter. Just in, White House official confirms that President Joe Biden will indeed travel to East Palestine, Ohio.
Not a joke.
Not a joke. To meet with residents impacted by the Norfolk Southern Trail derailment, which happened 334 days ago. For those of you that are keeping tabs on your calendar, it took them almost a calendar year. I do not have the
An election year, too, by the way.
Of course.
Just point that out.
Name me a time.
Yeah.
Well, Joe said, name me a time, and he's going to be heading out. I mean, after that train derailed and we saw all those, little creeks and tributaries and little bodies of water that even 6 months in, 9 months in, are still contaminated with like that murky fluorescent tint to the water. Remember, speaking of how much of a facade politics can be, remember when they sent a few of I think it was the EPA people out, and they were actually on television drinking the tap water in these people's homes?
Looks fine to me, guys. I'm good.
Crisp and cold.
Wasn't Buttigieg one of them? Maybe he wasn't, but somebody high up in the administration drank the water.
Yeah. It was almost like an endorsement for like one of those water taps that you put on your faucet.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you've been wondering why Trump or Biden hasn't gone to East Palestine, Ohio, it's because Trump carried that district in the election in 2020 by 73%.
You know what's funny is that I think it actually is worse that he's going 334 days later.
Might as well just let it go.
He might as well just let it go because he's going to get there and they're going to be like, why are you here now?
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this is a really, really bad move by them.
That's correct.
Really bad move.
If this would have happened in what's the real rough area in Michigan where they had water issues for years?
Flint.
In Flint, Michigan, is there any? Because I think Flint, Michigan votes D pretty much almost across the border at a very high percentage. If that would have happened in Flint, Michigan, Joe Biden would have been there within probably 3 weeks, right?
Yeah.
But this happened in East Palestine, Ohio. So 334 days later, Joe Biden says he is on his way. Better late than never, I guess.
But they're saying that the visit is the actual timing is yet to be announced.
Yet to be announced. Well, Joe's got a lot on his plate these days.
Yeah.
You got to carve out a little bit of time. So I'm sure somebody will ask a question while he's getting ready to board his flight and nobody can hear in the background and the helicopter's making all kinds of noise. Joe's like, what? What'd you say? No, I got nothing to say. And then he'll just waddle up the short steps. All right, coming up next, we've teased it for almost 50 straight hours. It is time for the major show announcement. What could it be? You've been tweeting, you've been posting,
Wait,
you've been
is it now?
pontificating.
It's in 5 minutes.
As soon as we pay the bills, baby.
Dun,
We're
dun, dun.
coming back with the big announcement on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. This is also a very big announcement. It's still January, one more day left for the month, and it's still okay to ring in the new year. And that's exactly what our friends from the Piazza Premium Automobiles are doing. Piazza is excited to welcome 2 new members to their family of dealerships because in a day and age where people are downsizing, they're expanding. Why? Because business is booming. Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the main line, both located on Lancaster Avenue, and you're going to get the same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect from Piazza Premium Automobiles. You can find your new certified or pre-owned vehicle, whether it's Infiniti or Maserati or some of their other luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more. Check them out online right now before the big announcement. Just go to piazzapremiumautos.com.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Just want to remind you about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, my dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group in East Norriton. Because it's a new year, time to focus on your health, particularly your oral health, because poor oral care can contribute to other conditions such as endocarditis, cardiovascular disease, and pneumonia. Dr. Bentz can address current issues and possibly prevent future ones. Get that beautiful smile, too, that you've always wanted. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Book that appointment today or 610-272-6949.
Hi there, I'm Andrew McCollum, CEO of Philo. The best way to watch your favorite movies, shows, and live TV for just $25 a month. We like to think of Philo as the future of television, a future where you don't get charged extra for features like unlimited recording or watching on multiple screens. A future without long contracts or constant price increases. Just ask our existing subscribers that have never seen their price go up in over 5 years. A future without having to wait on hold for hours just to talk to a customer service representative. At Philo, anytime you need us, day or night, you'll always have a real person to help you, usually in under a minute. You might even get me answering the phone. Hopefully you'll never have to call because in our version of the TV future, everything just works. With more than 70 channels, plus thousands of hours of content on demand, there's something for everyone to love. So why wait to experience the future of television? Signing up for a free trial takes seconds. Just head over to philo.com/Andrew. That's philo.com/Andrew.
Hey, it's John Ritchie. If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit pdqpos.com.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
Listen on your schedule. Anytime. Just go to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and search the Kayal and Company podcasts.
Mustard. Welcome back in 7:22. It is Kayal and Company, and it is announcement time.
You know, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just going to delay this for a few minutes, putting my brand manager hat on. This is Genesis.
Yeah.
Just a job to do. I learned from this day in music history from our buddy Phil Omquist a few days ago that it was Phil Collins' birthday.
Yes, it was.
So happy birthday, Phil Collins.
I heard a little Sister Studio on the way home yesterday on my ride back to Bluebell.
This is great. This is a fantastic album.
It's good
fantastic
stuff.
album. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Make sure we just, sweep some quarter hours here next.
So let's get down to business, shall we?
Uh-oh.
The Delaware Valley and beyond anxiously awaiting what exactly the big announcement is. I do think it's worth pointing out a few things that it's not going to be.
Okay.
Okay? So, number one, we are not going to FM.
Uh-oh. Not yet, at least.
Not yet.
Well, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Who knows?
I joke.
Who knows what the future holds?
All the
never know.
suits are listening.
Stay tuned.
Because they don't even know what it is.
That is correct. So we will not be going to FM. That's number one. All of those tweets and YouTube comments are not correct. We are not going to Clearwater for Philly spring training.
Oh, really?
That's correct.
I am getting a haircut, though, by the way.
What are you, trying to steal the John Ritchie bit?
Well, I'm not going to do it on air.
What are we going to do? Let's cut our hair on the radio. Maybe we can have a hot chick in next week.
We should.
On Thursday, I'm getting my haircut. That's the big announcement.
Don't get your haircut yet.
Why?
Because we should do it on March 22nd and say if somebody gives $1,000 or whatever, we'll do the haircut on
for
camera.
Travis Manion.
Yes.
Good
Dawn,
point. Good point.
Do it.
Why do you always have to tug at the heartstrings of the audience, Dawn?
I know. Come on. It's for a good cause.
Stalker, can you suck it up for 7 more weeks? Or just
Look at my hair. No.
Greg looked in the mirror and he finally realized.
Holy crap! No, the problem is that it's just too long now. There's nothing to. I can't do anything with it. It needs to be styled. I need to style
it.
So that's the big announcement. I'm getting my haircut.
Okay, so that is not the announcement. So no FM, no Clearwater, no Stalker haircuts. Also, RFK Jr. is not taking over as EP of the program for Stalker. That has also been cleaned out.
Ava writes that Greg looks like a Neanderthal. Thank you, Ava.
Well, the
I
study
appreciate
does
that.
show that we gave you that morning
true.
people are typically Neanderthals.
It's true. I waking up in the middle of the night, I kind of just stumble around. I'm like, I don't want to get my hair cut.
Yes. All right, and one last thing that it's not, and I know a lot of people have been speculating about this. Larry Krasner will not be taking over for Mark Levin. All right, so there was a lot of speculation about that 7 to 10 p.m. slot.
By the way, a lot of people are saying, is it going to be a live studio audience for some?
Yes,
I think
should be.
To be honest with you, I never thought about that, but that is a fabulous idea.
Studio audience.
I had that idea. Do you not remember this?
Yeah, like you.
Like a year ago?
Yeah, like you. I don't,
sorry.
I don't listen,
I know.
Or
I'm invisible.
Or
I
read
know.
texts.
Same thing happens at home.
So are you talking about like a remote?
No. Like we have that beautiful space out there that is prime for a live studio audience show.
Yeah.
So maybe once a month or something. Maybe we'll do that. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here on the air, trying to kill time. So we get to 7:30.
Yeah.
We get to 7:30.
And the audience is getting a little tired of your shenanigans.
I don't care.
All right.
I'm playing radio.
Will that make you happy, Fred? Will it?
Should we just get to the announcement? This is
Boy,
gonna,
do
this is,
you know how to do radio?
No, I have no idea.
Come on.
No idea.
Okay,
how.
just to clarify, what I thought you were talking about was at the Travis Manion event.
Yeah.
I had hoped for a live audience, so I never thought of it once a monthly. I was still on Travis Manion.
Okay,
I'd be all for doing in front of a live audience. That'd be great.
Doing
the morning show
Yeah.
like once a month or once a
I mean, heck,
quarter.
that hub's only used 1 day a week for an hour. We might as well take advantage of the beautiful space that we've been afforded.
Great idea.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I to be honest with everybody out there, I didn't think about that, but I'm getting a lot of texts and tweets thinking that was the big announcement. That's not the big announcement.
No, it's
but,
not.
But
It's not.
it would be, in my opinion, it would be a cool idea.
I think it'd be a fabulous idea.
Will we do it? You have to do it on a day that nobody. So couldn't be on a Tuesday.
Yeah, it would be Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday.
Yeah, when nobody else is here.
The other 4 days when nobody comes into to the 80,000 square feet we have. We could cater breakfast.
Really?
It'd be like Fox and Friends.
Seriously.
Dorenzo can stand up and interview the crowd like Lawrence Jones. We'll
Yeah.
put
Awesome.
Dorenzo to use.
Wawa can come in and bring breakfast and or Wendy's.
That might
or
actually
something.
wake Dorenzo up a little earlier than 7:45.
Aw,
Get him jolted by
poor Anthony.
5:45. We'll
Yeah.
Put jumper cables on Dorenzo.
And sometime Mary could come. People could meet Mary.
Yeah. There's something about Mary.
Yes.
Lebo says Greg is a long-haired hippie freak. Thank you, Lebo. I appreciate that. Everybody is
Such a nice crowd. Boy, they love you.
It's fun. And and by the way, I am not going anywhere.
Yes. Nothing is changing on this show.
No.
However, that being said,
or on any other show during the 6 a.m. to 7 p.m.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So, starting tomorrow at 8:30.
8:30.
Dawn will no longer be on YouTube.
Right. That's correct. We're taking Dawn off
That's
camera.
right.
We will be giving out a keyword starting tomorrow every morning at 8:30 because exclusive to this audience, somebody in the Kayal and Company listening base is going to be going on a 7-night Disney cruise.
What?
For four to the Caribbean.
What?
And it could be you.
Wow.
All you need to do is listen for the keyword starting tomorrow, weekday mornings at 8:30, right as we wrap up the cut sheet. And then you're going to take that keyword to 1210WPHT.com, and you will enter for your chance to win. And here's what I want to tell this audience. This is not one of those national contests. This is this show on this station, 6A to 10A. This isn't the Bob Jones show in Toledo, Ohio, that could also have a listener win, or the Joe Johnson show in Arizona. This is exclusively to this program.
It could be, I'm just going to go down through the names here. It could be Robert Schwartz. It could be Lebo. It could be Carl Meyer. It could be Ed C. It could be Newman Price. It could be Kevin Pools. It could be Jessica Bell. It could be Ava. It could be Chris. It could be Shafe. It could be Peter M. It's going to be somebody in this listening audience.
That is correct. Starting tomorrow at 8:30. Again, this is not a national contest.
Wait, when's the cruise?
The cruise is, we will announce the winner on the air coming up on Friday, February 23rd. So by my math, 3 weeks from Friday, we will announce the winner.
Not only are we going to announce the winner, guys, we're going to do one of those cheesy radio bits. We're going to call the winner live on air.
Oh,
and
great.
tell them. I love this. I fought super hard for this because I just wanted to give back to the audience who have given this radio station so much and have. It's just this is our thank you for listening.
Yes,
every day, for being loyal and for doing what we do. We're going to send one of you and 3 of your friends, family members, people you want to bribe.
Yeah, I'm accepting bribes.
By the way, you're not eligible.
I know.
Although,
what if I wore a fake mustache and changed my name to Lou?
Although, what if I somehow finagled us to do like a live broadcast from said cruise?
I mean, finagle away, sir.
I can't spend 7 days with you two. I love you guys both, but I can't.
Yeah.
I spend enough time with you.
You're probably right. And I'll be done with dry January at that point, and you'll see me cocktailing at 4:30, and you'll be like, good God, man, get a hold of yourself.
Yeah.
So this is great. Now, by the way, we will do this live on the air on Friday, February 23rd. And I only have 2 rules.
Yep.
These are the Kayal rules. When we call you live on the radio, you better sound excited.
I need
because
excitement.
you signed up, you went to the website, you took the keyword. So don't be like, thanks. Like sound excited.
Yes.
And by the way, if there's any negative comments in the YouTube chat, we should banish them forever, in my opinion.
So the cruise is for what, 4 adults?
No, children too. Like you can take your children.
Like a family of 4?
Yeah. To the Caribbean.
That's right.
On a cruise ship.
These
7
Disney
nights.
cruises are a blast.
Yes.
Yeah, and one Kayal Company listener and 3 of their family members, friends, whatever, are going.
That's right.
We asked though that we can give them a Kayal Company prize pack. We asked though that you wear merch.
Yeah,
on
and
the
take
cruise.
pictures
Yeah.
and post it to social media and tag us, and we'll reshare it.
Yep.
That's the way it works.
I'm just telling you, it is going to be a listener. This is not a national contest. It's going to be a listener from Kayal Company. So,
Lorenzo says, I'll take one for the team and broadcast from the cruise.
Hello, I'm here.
Man on the ship. A man on the ship.
Here's Mary in the lounge chair.
Mary, you want another mojito?
Well, that's the other thing we could do. We could be, Michael.
What?
Michael,
you were saying?
No, I'm getting distracted by the YouTube chat. Michael, you're wrong, my friend.
What?
What's
Michael saying?
No, I don't want to even acknowledge it.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
It's not my Michael.
It's ridiculous.
It's not my
It's
Michael.
not Dawn's Michael.
Good God.
All right, so there you have it. You will, starting tomorrow, 8:30, we will give you a keyword each weekday morning. You will take that keyword, go to 1210WPHT.com, enter for your chance to win. This is not a national contest. Kayal Company exclusive 7-night Disney cruise for 4 to the Caribbean. Take your daughter, take your son, take your wife and your girlfriend. Take whoever the hell you want. We will call the winner on the air on Friday, February 23rd. All right, coming up next, why Nikki Haley is not resonating with Republicans. A great answer. And also, what's going on behind closed doors this week at the RNC. Remember, they wanted to give Trump the presumptive nomination. He wants to win it at the ballots, and Nikki thinks it's BS to begin with. We'll break it all down before we get to the cut sheet next on Kayal Company.
First, we got to talk about the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app. Really has you covered for betting on all your favorite sports and for playing all your favorite casino games for real money. Bet Philly Hoops, bet player performances for points. That's my thing, the individual player performances. It's a lot of fun, and it's so easy to do. So the live bet, all your favorite sports on the Bet Park Sportsbook app for the real Philly sports fanatic. Plus, play all your favorite games 24/7. And bet more than just the score. Bet Philly Hoops. Bet on those, like I say, the individual player performances. And you want to play roulette. Texas Hold'em, that's my husband's favorite, the Texas Hold'em. Blackjack with a live dealer right on your own phone. Bet sports as you watch the action unfolding. Early lines on the big game. San Fran is a 2-point favorite against Kansas City. The over-under on that one, 47.5 points. So BetParks has a great offer right now. Join me right now. Download the app, the BetParks Sportsbook app. New customers make a winning $10 bet and get $125 in bonus sportsbook bets back. It must be a winning bet, and bonus bets must be wagered once. The BetParks Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app, as you know, that I use myself, that I ever recommend. It is safe, it is secure, and like I say, it's so easy to use. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Ohio, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Starting this Thursday, February 1st, Kayal and Company will be sending someone on a 7-night Disney cruise for 4 to the Caribbean, and it could be you. Listen for the keyword weekday mornings at 8:30. Then go to 1210WPHT.com and enter for your chance to win. Wish you could show your kids the world? On a Disney Cruise Line vacation this summer? You can. On board, enjoy everything from Disney characters and imaginative dining to exclusive spaces for adults and kids alike. And onshore, sun-drenched beaches, charming locales, and crystal clear waters await. Starting Thursday, listen weekday mornings at 8:30 for the keyword. And then enter for a chance to grant your family's summer vacation wishes today. Because the time to show your kids the world is now. From Kayal and Company and Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Sick and tired of achy joints? Dread the idea of surgery? You need to call QC Kinetics. Call them today. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain from arthritis or a past injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics' advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility. Reclaim your independence. Walk and run, play, live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics for a free consultation, 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Tell them Dawn sent you.
A massive data leak, being called the mother of all breaches, has been announced. Billions upon billions of records with sensitive data from previous breaches, newly stolen data, and privately sold databases have been exposed. Cybercriminals can use this information to commit identity theft. Help protect yourself and join the millions who trust LifeLock. LifeLock detects identity threats and alerts you if your information is being used. If you become a victim, LifeLock will work to fix it. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Mike, that Eagles loss made me sick to my stomach.
Yeah, Donovan McNabb was watching the game at home. Even he threw up again. Now they're bringing Sirianni back.
What's next? A banner for Rich Kotite on the Eagles Wall of Fame?
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Anastasia on Westchester Pike in Newtown Square, Saturday, March 9th. And at the Plumsteadville Inn in Pipersville, Friday, March 1st. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
What's on the cut sheet coming up? 7:45 this morning. Just about 5 minutes out from that. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Nick Dawn and Greg. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Tony Bruno standing by. We'll touch base with him in about 45, 50 minutes. Bruno will join us live from Florida coming up at 8:30 this morning. A lot of people weighing in and reacting to the major show announcement.
Yeah.
Some very good, funny ones coming in. Our buddy Newman Price says the first keyword should be
mustard.
I don't know if it'll be the first, but I think it could very well be one of the keywords over 3 weeks. And then Ornery Hounds checks in. He says, man, I can't wait to hear the Zioli Prize. Here's a 4-person canoe to row across the Delaware like George Washington. By the way, Zioli tomorrow night out at Parks, and looking forward to going out and seeing Rich and having a good time. So swing on by.
Are you breaking your?
Yeah, because tomorrow's
February 1st.
It's the only reason I'm going. If it was January 31st, I would have to seriously consider going and staying dry, like Anthony's old man. We'll just have Diet Cokes while everybody else has a blast. But tomorrow's February 1st, so I will indulge. Just one though, because it's a school night, kids. Yes. We still have to come back and do the show on Friday.
Yes.
And we already know Friday's going to be a disaster to begin with.
Definitely.
So
Never.
All right, cut sheet in about 4 minutes. I do want to get into this quickly here and play you this audio. So what's going on with the RNC? Because they are meeting this week behind closed doors. And we talked about this proposed resolution where they were going to declare Trump the presumptive nominee, but that's been removed from the agenda before the committee this week in Las Vegas, according to party officials. The reversal comes as the first 2 early state contests have basically shown Donald Trump to be the leader, 32-17 as far as delegates earned in Iowa and New Hampshire. And what was expected to be an uneventful RNC winter meeting in Las Vegas this week has briefly gained some heightened attention. Within hours of the resolution's leak last week, we know, and we talked about this, Trump batted down the proposal, saying, I'll win it with, doing these ridiculous primaries and caucuses, even though he knows it's going to be a roll to victory over Nikki Haley. And Nikki Haley came out and said, quote, while they have far more votes than necessary to do it, I feel like for the sake of the party unity, that they should not go forward with this plan. That was actually Donald Trump's quote. Nikki Haley said on Sunday's NBC's Meet the Press, quote, if you're going to go and basically tell the American people that you're going to go out and decide who the nominee is after only 2 states have voted, I can't get on board with that. We need to give them that. The American people want to have their say in who is going to be their nominee. I mean, you can't do that based on just 2 states of voting. That was Nikki Haley on Meet the Press on Sunday. But the reason Nikki Haley needs to close up shop, in part, obviously, because there is no path. You look at South Carolina, the polls say that Trump is going to roll. I've seen polls 20, 25, 27% that show Trump out with a healthy lead in the Palmetto State, which, by the way, that is coming up on February 23rd. But I've kind of mentioned this in the past about how Republicans and the new guard, they don't want to go back to the old days. They don't want to go back to the Bushes and the McCains and the Romneys and that old, stodgy, elitist GOP, that country club mentality. The blue-collar American has shifted to the Republican Party. And I thought Charlie Gasparino had a great breakdown yesterday. I want to play you this right before we get to the cut sheet, a little cut sheet hors d'oeuvre. He was on with Sandra Smith, who was filling in for Cavuto yesterday before the 5 came on, and he was talking about the big donors that Nikki has and why it's not translating in the primaries. Take a listen to this really good breakdown about the state of the GOP.
We should point out that I think a lot of these commitments predated New Hampshire. I mean, I know for a fact the notice for the fundraisers came in about a month ago. So remember, the money she gets from this is not like they're writing the check today. They've written it already, and now they're attending. And that says something because, you know, I think there is some real legitimate concern about Nikki Haley and her campaign going forward among the big donors. And the concern is simply this. She hasn't won a state yet. It looks like she's going to lose her home state and lose it significantly. And if that's the case, I mean, I think you're going to see some of the people that have been giving money to her so far, and these are big donors, back away. I mean, one of the problems I think Nikki Haley has is that she's running in a Republican primary as a different type of Republican. You know, maybe someone that I might like, someone that you might like.
Charlie, you don't like anybody.
That's true. That's true. I hate them all equally. But you know, here's the thing. My point is, the Republican Party base has changed, and it's not the guys, the donors in the. It's gone from the old country club Republican types, the free marketeers like me, you know, and the Wall Street money men. It's gone from that to essentially a blue collar party, a very populist party, and you know, she's appealing to like the vast minority, not the majority, and the majority has her literally like linked up with globalists, and whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that image has already been that image is there, and it's hard to erase. And
it is very hard to erase, and I do think that breakdown is very accurate and good. And I think it's important for this note. The latest Bloomberg Morning Consult polls are out with Trump, Biden in the swing states. Trump is leading Biden now in all 7 swing states. He's up on Biden in Arizona and Pennsylvania by 3, Michigan and Wisconsin by 5, Georgia and Nevada by 8, North Carolina by 10. I bring up Nevada, Trump plus 8 for a reason. With the primary and caucus coming up next week in Nevada, Trump is going to roll over Nikki there. And then we're going to go to South Carolina, and Trump's going to obliterate her there, and that's when the money is going to start to dry up. I don't know that she makes it to Super Tuesday if some of these donors bounce on her.
Guys, the money's not drying up. It's just not. They know she can't win. She's in this as a spoiler. She's in this to keep up because the GOP and you know, the people who are funding her don't want Donald Trump to be president.
So you think well into the spring and summer the donors will still be there?
I believe that she's going to be on the ballot in Pennsylvania. I 100% believe that.
That is April 23rd,
because
I believe.
She's in there just to kind of pick away and do damage to Trump. That's the only reason she's there. Am I wrong?
I mean, look, I have no idea what the threshold is for some of these donors, these big donors. I mean, if she loses, I'll just put it this way. I can only speak for myself. If I was one of those big donors, if I had unlimited funds to keep bankrolling her, and she loses by the margin that she's predicted to in her home state, that's where I'm like, hey, I know you wanted to do this, and I was hoping for this, but I'm pulling the ripcord now. I like my money. That's just me.
But it's not her money.
No, I'm saying if I'm a donor.
Oh.
Yes. Like, that's where I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't contribute anymore. You're getting steamrolled. I value my money, and you're getting crushed, and I look stupid.
Well, they're never Trumper donors. It's their money, and that's what this is.
Yeah,
that's all. That's all this is. She's just in there as a
spoiler
turd in the punch bowl
All right.
with gnashed teeth.
Turd in the punch bowl. Totally underutilized.
A warmonger candidate.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
She's the old guard, man. All right, let's get to a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this? What area? Wednesday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Somebody who works at a car dealership once told me that President's Day weekend is the best time to buy a car.
I've heard that.
A new car, yeah. So, Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Check them out. Tell them you heard about them on Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT. Representative Cori Bush, you kind of alluded to this in your big take this morning at 6:15. Nicholas Kayal. She's under investigation after hiring her husband as security. And remember, this is the same woman, you play the clip, where she says that, look, I can have security, but I want to defund the police.
That's
you
correct.
can't have security.
I'll spend whatever I want to protect my life.
She's a representative from Missouri, from St. Louis. The Department of Justice is investigating her campaign's spending on security services. She says she retained her now husband as part of her security team and claims he is able to provide services at or below market rate.
Yeah.
Man.
Good answer.
Yep. She took to Capitol Hill yesterday in front of a bunch of reporters and blamed right-wing media for the DOJ probing her use of campaign funds. She says she needs to get back to saving lives.
Yes, because she's Superwoman.
Representative Cori, but what'd you call her this morning? An Oompa Loompa?
Yeah, big angry Oompa Loompa.
Yeah.
Always stomping around Capitol Hill.
This is Representative Cori Bush on the floor, or outside of the Capitol yesterday. Cut one, Phil, go.
Of integrity. I also believe in transparency, which is why I can confirm that the Department of Justice is reviewing my campaign spending on security services. We are fully cooperating with this investigation, and I would like to take this opportunity to outline the facts and the truth. Since before I was sworn into office, I have endured relentless threats to my physical safety and life.
Yeah.
As a rank-and-file member of Congress, I am not entitled to personal protection by the House, and instead have used campaign funds as permissible to retain security services. I have not used any federal tax dollars for personal security services. Any reporting that I have used funds for personal security is simply false. In recent months, right-wing organizations have lodged baseless complaints against me, peddling notions that I have misused campaign funds to pay for personal security services. That simply is not true. I have complied with all applicable laws and House rules, and will continue to prioritize the rules that govern us as federal elected officials. In particular, the nature of these allegations have been around my husband's role on the campaign. In accordance with all applicable rules, I retained my husband as part of my security team to provide security services because he has had extensive experience in this area and is able to provide the necessary services at or below fair market rate. These frivolous complaints have resulted in a number of investigations, some of which are still ongoing. The Federal Election Commission and the House Committee on Ethics are currently reviewing the matter, as is the Department of Justice. We are fully cooperating in all these pending investigations. In September of last year, 2023, after conducting a months-long investigation, the Office of Congressional Ethics found no wrongdoing and voted unanimously to dismiss the case. I look forward to this same outcome from all impending investigations.
I would just love to know what does right-wing media have to do with Biden's DOJ investigating you? This is not like Republicans are just coming out with their pitchforks saying, "Hey, let's investigate her." This is, Biden's Department of Justice investigating her. This is the same DOJ that is looking in, or the FBI when they went after Eric Adams. So for what it's worth, you're starting to see Biden's DOJ go after a lot of Democrats, whether they are, as she says, rank and file, or the mayor of New York City. By the way, I have the Wikipedia page, the official Wikipedia of the squad.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're going here. Can you?
Yeah. You want me to hold off? Go ahead.
No, just one, because you said you wanted to do a power ranking.
I do.
Them, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's no audio. There is, but it's horrendous music. So head over to YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT if you want to see this video. It's 4 of the squad members walking towards the camera.
I've seen
as
this.
Kind of like so. You can see it. It's Elon Omar, Presley, Corey Bush, and the other one, Talib. Walking towards the camera like they're the new girl band.
It's the Backstreet Boys all reincarnated.
Phil, if you can just play cut 6 on a loop, I'd appreciate it. There you go. So they're walking towards. Do you see this, Nick?
Yeah. What is that, an ad for Jenny Craig? What in the world?
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, baby.
Hopefully that sidewalk is...
It's the new video for Sir Mix-a-Lot. Baby got back. Baby got...
All right, so it's Elon Omar, Ayanna Presley, Corey Bush, and Talib.
That's correct. And if you look, there's Omar. She's actually smiling. I said earlier this morning, I've never seen her smile. There's the first one.
They love this attention.
They absolutely do.
Instead of, doing things for their constituents, they're walking down the street in TikTok videos like they're a gang or something.
This is why they're the squad.
Yeah.
They're staying on brand. By the way, here's my power ranking. So for those that don't know, there are 8 members. There's the 4 founding members, and then you have the 4 subsequent members. So it's like the NWO back in wrestling. Like you had the black and white and then the black and red faction.
Yeah, it jumped the shark when Horace Hogan became a member of the NWO.
That is correct. Two people realized that reference. That's fine. You can join Greg and I. So the 4 founding members are Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from New York, Ilhan Omar from Minnesota, Ayanna Presley from Massachusetts, Rashida Tlaib from Michigan. The subsequent members are Jamal Bowman, a.k.a. Fire Alarm Boy, from New York, Corey Bush from Missouri, Greg Cesar from Texas, and Summer Lee right here from Pennsylvania. So here's my power rankings of just how unlikable I have them. Ilhan Omar is number 1. Rashida Tlaib, who refused to take that tweet down after the attack from Hamas on Israel post-October 7th. She comes in at a solid number 2. Corey Bush, who wants to spend $500,000 on personal security, is number 3. Fire alarm guy Jamal Bowman is number 4. I've actually got AOC 5 because I've actually started to realize that she's just a cartoon character. She's just really playing a role more than anything. Ayanna Presley is number 6. She's the one that has the shaved head. Kassar at 7. I got to tell you, and I'm not trying to be a homer here to Pennsylvania because I don't like any of the squad Dems or any of their policies, and because they're all progressive left-wing nut jobs. We don't hear much about Summer Lee. To be honest, I can't give you one thing off the top of my head that has driven me insane about Summer Lee. I don't know, Dawn, I know, Dawn, you cover local stuff a lot. Mm-hmm. Is there anything about Summer Lee that you could rattle off the top of your head that policy-wise?
Well, just recently, she's big on the abortion issue.
Okay.
And so even though she did admit that there's no threat to abortion rights in Pennsylvania.
Oh.
So at some point she did acknowledge that, but that's big on her agenda.
Gotcha.
Abortion.
And that's what, the 12th district, I believe, in Pennsylvania.
Old man Dudley says the squad video redefines hippie.
Hey, a lot of hip in that video, brother. A lot of hip.
Well done, my friend.
I would suggest more hop, but,
yeah,
that's just me. Rooting for their personal health.
Let's stick with TikTok, shall we? Do we have to? I know that's what everybody's saying. This woman, she's an African-American woman, she claims on TikTok that a white person giving her a compliment at work is a microaggression and can be offensive.
Complimenting somebody is offensive.
So, yeah, complimenting people now is offensive. So she felt like she needed to take to TikTok to discuss her plight, I guess. This is cut 5. Phil, go.
On today's episode of Is It a Microaggression or Is a White Lady Just Being Nice? A coworker says to me, "You're running this meeting very well. Mind you, the person who was supposed to run the meeting didn't come, so it could have just been a nice compliment. What do y'all think?" Okay, 3 things. Impact, intent, precision. Would she have felt compelled to say the same thing to a straight white male?
Oh my
No,
God.
because we can't guess her intent. Did I feel offended? No, I didn't, but that doesn't mean other people wouldn't be. So I think it's both. And that's why it's important to be explicit with your language.
Wow. Wow. Got it, guys?
You're doing a hell of a job with this presentation today. Do you not like me because I'm black? What? No, I was just saying you did a great job.
Can you imagine?
No.
We're going to get to we're probably already here, where people just can't compliment one another because it's going to be looked at as a microaggression. It's going to be looked at as sexual harassment. It's going to be looked at whatever.
I have long disliked the way society has become detached from each other in public. And I know I've said this before. I don't like when I see people that are like shopping in a store with earbuds on.
What's wrong with that?
I just like you're out and about. I'm not saying you got to be like conversing with people, but like everybody just kind of, even when you're in public, it's like your own little private bubble. It's almost like and I think there's a lot of people that actually wear the earbuds. They're not even listening to anything. It's just a symbol to say, hey, don't bother me. Don't approach me.
Well, with a lot of these earbuds, especially the ones I wear, you can barely tell that people are that you have them in.
Your hair's so long.
Right.
Thanks, Mom.
Well,
you're like my wife and my mom.
And then you have Anthony's
My
dad
mother.
who wears like the old Motorola Bluetooth in his ear. Like he's conducting $10 million transactions 24/7. I could take this call at any moment. Hold on, Nick.
On Sunday night when he's cooking, he has it in. It's just unbelievable.
But like I think, I'm at the point now where maybe I'm the one that's wrong and all of these people have got it figured out, because you never know that with the nicest little pleasantry or greeting could trigger somebody.
Yeah.
Like maybe these people have got it figured out and I'm the one who's wrong, where it's like, you know what? Just stay away from people, because you could simply say hello and somebody could be like, that's a microaggression. I'm like, by the way, we got to really figure out where all these people are coming from with this terminology. And then she gave a bullet point breakdown. 1, 2, 3. Well, it could be this, but it's probably not.
Yeah.
It's like you're breaking down the steps of a crime. Intent.
Would you say something to a straight white male, I believe is how she phrased it.
Wow.
Dawn, you do a fantastic job from both 6 to 10 and 10 to 12. Is that sexual harassment? Would I say that to you if you were not a female?
Oh, yes. I'm triggered. I don't know.
See, you guys are doing it. You guys are doing it all wrong. You
I'm
can both,
so triggered.
You can't, Nick, because you're a white guy. So.
I'm guilty.
Is it a micro or a macro?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
You Mac Daddy of macro micro organisms. You.
I think I'm going to go to the next sales meeting, the next one that Skopinich is not conducting, and I'm going to congratulate whoever does it and say, you did a great job today. And then I'm going to tuck my head down and pray I don't get punched in the face.
Well, it's why people are afraid to say anything now. They're afraid to give you a compliment.
Agreed.
They're afraid to say anything because it's just somebody who's waiting to be offended.
Mm-hmm. Because we've created compensation for a victimhood culture.
Yep.
All you have to do is say, you don't even have to be physically assaulted. You could simply claim that your feelings were hurt, and that person that allegedly hurt your feelings, if they don't check a certain identity, it's just the presumption of guilt.
That's
Not the presumption of innocence.
Nope.
It's you're guilty until proven not guilty, not innocent until proven guilty.
Because facts don't matter.
They don't matter.
It's my truth. You macro, myco, whatever, Mac Daddy offender. I don't even have the lingo down because it's like so bizarre.
Maybe that should be the name of the band for the squad, the Macro Mike Daddies.
They're just like, it's their truth.
Right.
So the truth doesn't matter because it's your personal truth.
I got to give Cori Bush a little credit, though. She did not blame it on racism. She said it was right-wing media.
Well, I guess you could say that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But usually, when in doubt, just cry racism for your failures.
What did she say? Because he came in at below market value.
Below market value. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you can, sure, since we're married, I can give you a sweet deal.
Yeah, the going rate for Bush's security is 200 G's, but if you come in at 180 and your family, you're probably getting the gig. It's the friends and family discount.
By the way, if her husband does security, couldn't he just say, you know what, baby? You don't have to pay anything. I got this.
Mm-hmm.
I got this for you.
Right.
Why does he need to be paid?
Right. It's like the same thing with Fannie Willis with her lover. If they have such a great relationship, why wouldn't he take on that case pro bono?
Yep.
Well, because he's Cori Bush's relatively new husband, right? A year ago they're married. I think it's because she wants control over him. So I think that she wants to be the boss. She wants to be on top.
Yeah, the squad loves. Remember, the squad loves power. AOC's been known to hold hostage videos on social media.
So remember AOC? What was her fiance's name? And she was like
Riley.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Riley. We got Cori. Remember, she's like Riley.
Yeah.
So I just think for Cori Bush's new husband, he's somebody military veteran, served in the military. And I think she's like, no, you're not going to have another job. You're going to work for me. I'm the boss.
All right, so he gets a point for being a vet, but then he loses 2 for marrying Bush. So he's -1 in my scorecard right now.
I think we should interview his mother.
Whose mother?
The mother-in-law of Cori Bush.
Oh, boy.
Let's interview the mother-in-law.
Yeah.
And see how she feels about her.
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi is under fire for so there were pro-Palestinian protesters outside of her house. We discussed this yesterday, Nick. You said you weren't a fan of the protesting outside of people's homes.
Not people's personal residence, no.
Yeah. So she was being escorted into her black SUV by her servants, her staff, and she screamed to them to go back to China where your headquarters is.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity.
Is that racism, guys?
I think so.
She's a Democrat, so probably not.
It's bizarre. Are they? What ethnicity were the protesters?
I have no
by the
idea.
Way?
Here, let's. You want to see the video? Go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. By the way, if you're watching right now, please hit the subscribe button. Also, hit the like button. If you missed our big 720 announcement, just go back on the rewind.
Yeah. We'll go back on YouTube and watch it.
Why did somebody come on and go, what I miss?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Nick Kayal's going on a cruise.
If you want to see this.
Taking a cruise to the Red Sea.
Nick Kayal is getting hair plugs. Greg Stocker is shaving his head. And we're going to reverse roles.
It's going to be April Fool's.
You're going to be the one with the hair, and I'm not. Nancy Pelosi telling pro-Palestinian protesters go back to China. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
Most of your constituents want stop the genocide, stop the Holocaust.
The Democrats want the ceasefire. The Democrats want the ceasefire. The Democrats want the
Go back to China, where your headquarters is. Wow.
Now, again, I don't like, and I don't really know how many people were there. In that video, you see 2. I don't know how many people are there. If you want to show up at Nancy's actual office, you want to show up in Washington. I don't like people showing up at people's house, whether it's Fetterman, whether it's Pelosi, whether it's Kavanaugh, on down the list. But there's no doubt in my mind, if that was Kevin McCarthy, or if that was anybody with an R in front of their name, and they said go back to, if that was Donald Trump, Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow might have to do like a merged show where they both simultaneously combust over that statement. Go back to China, and I can't even tell that she's Chinese because it's from the back. All I see is her hair. I mean, we're just going to assume Nancy's correct, but why do you got to say go back to China?
By the way, on the YouTube chat, Chris Donahue writes, Dawn's face when Greg talks is the best. Do you make a face when I talk?
I don't know. It's probably, I'm multitasking.
Right.
My son couldn't find the garage door opener to take his brother to
writing
school.
your big 3.
There's a lot going on. We got the big
your own
3
show
upcoming.
coming up.
So it could be a multitude of things.
Yes.
Are you making faces
No,
at me
not purposely.
that I can't see?
Not purposely.
They're Freudian slips. They are subconscious expressions.
I think so.
Go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this nonsense.
Of everything that we do on this program, I swear, and this is a compliment for the audience, radio listeners are the most incredible group of people, especially the hardcore diehards that live and cling to any word, especially with me, with any syllable, any tense that I use for run versus ran, things like that.
That's just horrendous.
It is horrific. I agree. It's an abomination. Yeah, I'm totally on board with you. I'm ashamed, actually.
You should get the death penalty.
Give me the nitrogen. But like the fact that people would pick up and say, I wonder why Dawn's eyebrows go up when Greg talks. Or like, you have to be incredibly intent to even notice something like that.
Yeah, it's good. People
I love
notice and listen and everywhere. Actually, to be honest with you, Murph's mom, I believe it was Murph's mom, on Twitter called the announcement an hour before we made it because she said that I mentioned it a couple of months ago. I don't even remember mentioning it a couple months ago.
Did you say it was Disney though?
I don't remember.
You said something about
cruise,
a cruise.
Yep.
Oh, did I?
You did. It was maybe Thanksgiving-ish.
Wow.
Yeah, and Christmas-ish.
I let the cat out of the bag. I should be ashamed of myself.
But you didn't give the deets.
I know. But that's what I'm talking about, that everybody here just listens to everything and picks up on every little nuance, and I appreciate that. That's why we're sending a listener and 3 of their family members or friends or people they want to bribe on a cruise to the Caribbean.
I'm also getting tweets asking if somebody that wins can have 3 tickets and then save the 4th on the flight down to scoop up Bruno from Florida and take Bruno on the cruise.
He's coming up in 20 minutes.
I mean, I don't know what the rule is. I mean, I don't know if Tony's technically an employee how that works.
He's not technically an employee. Tony's very smart with what he does here.
Okay.
So, he is not technically an employee, so he can do whatever he wants to. Although being so closely associated with Kayal and Company, he might,
right?
They might look down upon that. So.
Yeah.
Joe Biden yesterday, going to cut 4 here, Phil. Joe Biden yesterday was asked if Iran is responsible for the deaths of the 3 U.S. soldiers. This is what he said when asked about that. Cut 4, Phil, go.
I do hold them responsible in the sense that they're supplying the weapons to the people who did it. We'll have that discussion.
First of all, always love when he conducts his interviews in front of the helicopter because we always get such great audio quality of that clip. Passive-aggressive answer from a passive-aggressive guy. Joe is responsible, certainly, for the funds that were unfrozen to Iran, and of course Iran is responsible, not in the way he's saying, well, they were kind of maneuvering the drones. This is all on Iran, and this is all by design. We've seen the map. If you've watched Fox News at all in the last month, you've seen over 160 different sites on the map in that general region where American troops have been attacked 160 times. And here is where I think Americans have every right to be furious. Of those 160 attacks on American soldiers, do you know how many times America has responded or retaliated to the 160 attacks? 10 times. That is, by my math, that is 1 out of every 16 times they attack us, we respond in some sort of fashion. That is the definition of weak. I'm not advocating for war.
Yeah.
But
it's a fine line. It is. It's because you don't want to show
I'm not going all Lindsey Graham here.
Yeah. But we have to be it's a bad, and the problem is, guys, is that we should never be in these positions to begin with. You know what I mean? So, you can sit here and say, well, how do you respond? The fact of the matter is that we shouldn't be in these positions where you have to respond to something like this.
That's correct.
Yesterday, on Air Force One, they held a press briefing. Principal Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton and John Kirby were aboard Air Force One taking questions. A reporter asked, is Biden's position that there's nothing more he can do on the border, on the migration issue? This is what they said to that. This is cut 3. Phil, go.
Is it his position then that there's nothing all more that he can do on migration, that this is the limit to his authority?
The president, I think, just a moment ago, that certainly he feels that there are things that are within his power, but there are also things that are not within his power that he's looking for a congressional authority to do in order to step up border security.
Then why doesn't he take some of those steps that are within his power? That's what I'm asking. Like, there are some things in his power. Why doesn't he do those?
We're in the middle of negotiating in good faith across the aisle with Democrats and Republicans in the Senate to try and get this proposal done. I'm not going to get into the particulars of those conversations and what is or is not on the table, but look, we think that there's no reason we can't come to a very significant deal here that, again, would be historic in nature, that would deliver on meaningful reforms and resources that would help us secure the border. And, that's the stated goal of both Republicans and Democrats in Congress. What's standing in the way? We don't think politics should.
I gotta say, Deputy Press Secretary, much better than KJP.
I watched her on television yesterday. She is much more eloquent and better spoken, still spinning the same nonsense.
Well, yeah.
But she doesn't get tripped up like, a dial-up internet connection that reaches a busy dial. She's like a fiber optic compared to KJP being AOL dial-up.
Yeah.
It is really remarkable. But the reality is this. Joe doesn't need more money. Joe doesn't need Congress to act. He has all the power he needs that he can shut the border down today. Title 8, which includes decades-old immigration legislation, outlines the process for handling migrants at the border. It's right there in the U.S. Code of Title 8. All he has to do is do it. It's that simple.
Kevin Pools on YouTube says, don't ask Nick if Iran is responsible. Nick might answer, no, I run is responsible.
Kevin.
That is
Kevin.
Iraq, Iran, I run.
Heaven 01 says you have to respond directly. Do you? I don't.
What with maybe with like a precise. What are they going to do? They hit a naval vessel in the Red Sea. I personally, without having to outline everything, I'd hit them with petroleum. Hit them where it really hurts. That'll set them back a long time.
Yeah.
You do what they did in the movie Iron Eagle with Louis Gossett Jr.
Oh, here we go.
And Chappie went over there and hit the refineries.
Here we go.
Iron Eagle.
Great.
I saw this in a movie once. It's called Iron Eagle. This is what we should do.
The eagle has landed.
Remember when the leader of Iran was like, "I want those pigs blown out of the sky."
Nobody has thought about that movie since 1987.
It's not Top Gun, but it's pretty good.
Iron Eagle.
Never say die. Great soundtrack.
Iron Eagle should be the first code word for the Disney cruise.
Yeah. By the way,
Chappie.
if you listen in the 8 o'clock hour every day in February, every weekday, obviously in February, up until the February 22nd, we will be giving away a keyword at 8:30, and then you have to go to 1210wpht.com and enter that keyword for your chance to win the Disney cruise.
That's right.
For 4. Sarah Haynes on The View. Dawn's going to freak out at this.
Uh-oh.
Says that she had to hide the news from her kids while Trump was in office. She couldn't even announce the president. So she
for 4 years? Who's the president? I don't know.
I have no idea.
Yeah, he's Al Gore.
Wait, the president
who is this?
Sarah Haynes. She's
Okay.
one of the View members.
She's a liar, too. Well, how old are the kids?
Let her explain. This is cut 2, guys. Go.
Anywhere you can get folks to, I'm sorry, baby. Anytime and
Sorry,
anywhere
baby.
you can get people to come out and vote, it is your right. It is your right. It is your right as an American. Why would they say don't?
Because the more people vote, the less the right wing wins in this country.
Well, that's my point is that when you want voters, everyone should want voters. In a healthy democracy, voting is your currency, and you want more voters.
And you earn your vote.
The right has not been a hero for that because they haven't won the popular vote since 2000 or 2004. Or, I don't know. It's been a long time. So they don't want more voters. But I think the bigger thing here that they're missing, as a parent of young kids, I want people that my kids can watch. Taylor Swift is undisputably a great role model. She's a woman that when you watch her music, all the things, my child can watch them. Do you know what my child can't watch? News. When you turn it on, I literally had to hide news for 4 years while Donald Trump was in, because as they're learning what a president of the United States is, I didn't want to say, yeah, and that's him right there. So I couldn't even announce the president until Biden and Vice President Harris.
I hide the news from my husband.
That's a role model, and that's what Republicans should be focused on.
Okay, so she's not the one that used to work for Trump.
No.
Is that the one on the far right of the set that's the Republican?
I didn't see
Griffin
that,
or Farrow, whatever her name is.
Griffin, yeah.
Yeah, okay. You believe that, Dawn? She had to hide who the president was? And she makes it sound like I had to hide from my son who his grandfather was because his grandfather was Ted Bundy.
Well, I wonder if she hides from her son the chaos in the world. I wonder if she hides, all the violence and the opioid deaths and what's going on in Ukraine and the horrible economy. I wonder if she hides all the violent crimes in the cities. The cities are a mess. I wonder if she hides all of that.
I just love the warped mindset of these people that really think like Trump is this evil human being, yet Joe Biden's just like the innocent grandpa. It's really a fascinating dynamic how they prop one up, forget policy, just from a human being perspective.
Also, let's, why do your kids need to know about news events anyway? Like, let's keep them, like, my son right now just discovered Blue's Clues.
Yeah.
From
the
90s. He loves it.
Yep.
And, like, he has no idea about anything that's going on in the world, and I don't want him to, like, let these kids be kids.
Well,
why do you have to let him know about anything? But Biden's the president, Trump's the president. Who cares?
We talked about it yesterday in the Big Take where I said I want government and schools, I want them staying out of my family when it comes to raising my children. Kamala with the clip, well, they're all children of the community. They're our children. No, they're not your kids. They're my kids.
By the way, speaking of Blue's Clues from the 90s.
Yeah.
Did Steve from Blue's Clues go to DeSales University?
I don't know who Steve from Blue's Clues is.
You don't?
Yeah.
Yeah, my kids loved him.
I mean,
There's
I
a
remember
lot
the
on
show,
him.
but I can't recall anybody's character on there.
Really?
DeSales?
My
Like
boys
the Lehigh
loved
Valley?
Yeah.
I think he did.
Did he?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Just my sister got her MBA from
just a piece of random info for everybody out there.
Yeah, he went to DeSales.
Thank you.
Oh wow. Was that back when it was called Allentown College?
Was it ever called?
I think it was. Yeah, and then they rebranded. 855-839-1210. As we continue here, what's on the cut sheet? Let me grab a phone call. Tony is in Pottstown, and he's got some thoughts on the border. Tony, good morning. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Great show, by the way.
Thank you.
By the way, the guy from Blue's Clues was from Boyertown.
Oh, Boyertown.
Okay.
Nice. Right. And he did go to DeSales, right?
Steve Burns.
Steve Burns,
Yes,
yeah.
I have a friend that actually know him.
Oh, cool.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Not to
anyways,
be confused with Mr. Burns from The Simpsons.
No, definitely not.
Exactly.
All right, so I want to give my point on the border. I crossed the border illegally. Obviously now I'm fixed. I pay my dues and everything. But when I did it, you had to hide from the border. I rode in an 18-wheeler. I spent 16 hours in a boat in the Mexican Gulf. My parents were here illegally for 20 years. And I came here and I fixed myself. I learned the language. I learned the culture. I love America. It's the best country that there is. That's why everybody wants to come in.
Hey, can I ask when you did this? What year this was, or during what administration?
Yes, I left El Salvador when I was 17. I left February 13. I was supposed to go to the dance, and I didn't go to the February 14 dance because I left the day before, and I came here Sunday, March. My birthday is the 16th.
And what year? What year was this?
1998.
1998. Okay, so Clinton administration. I got you. Go ahead.
Yes. My parents, my dad got papers from when Reagan was in office, But he lost them. So I came here when I was 16, and I'm 43 now. So you do the numbers.
Yep.
And the best decision of my life. I never went to school. I never bought a dictionary. I never bought a translator. I learned my English and the go.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a proud American. I love America. I signed myself to go to war if I had to, even though I wasn't born here.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets me really upset how you guys, not you guys, but American people don't love this country.
Right.
It bothers me.
Mm-hmm.
A lot. And this administration needs to go.
Yep.
Biden needs to go back in the suitcase with Jeff Dunham, like Walter. That's what he looks like.
I got you, Tony. Tony from Pottstown. How about that? Professing his love for America.
Wow.
So 1998 was when that happened, and obviously the numbers that have crossed in this administration compared to that administration 26 years later, significantly and massive higher amounts.
It's interesting to hear somebody give that perspective. I've actually never heard anybody give that perspective. Like I was here illegally.
And then went about it the right way, the whole process, and learned things and loves the country, right?
Yeah. It's amazing.
Yep.
And, he left in 1998. He's 43.
We should send him up to Harvard to talk about why freedom is such a great thing and ask these Harvard elites why they hate freedom so much.
Yeah.
Because this guy probably, did a lot of stuff that was life-threatening, right? He was on a boat for how long?
17 days, I think he said.
God.
I mean, what an incredible story. I mean, he's around my age, so 1998 he would have been 17 or 18 years old. So,
yeah.
I mean, that to do that trek, when you're that young, I get it. You're still technically an adult, but
and he's a Blues Clues fan. Maybe we should send him to Disney.
But I think those who've come to this country and escaped other governments and regimes, and they've experienced what it's like to actually not have our constitutional freedoms, so they get it.
No doubt.
They've lived it.
Sid Weiss on YouTube says, hopefully that guy didn't learn his English from Nick.
Sid, that's a sin.
Who needs Babbel when you can listen to Kayal? I'll teach you a new language in 2 weeks. 20 minutes a day on the app.
It's not right.
On that note.
If I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
All right, we should break before break.
All right. Coming up next, we're going to get to Tony Bruno live from the great state of Florida, where they do value freedom, unlike in the Ivy Leagues. We'll get Tony's thoughts on a litany of issues, including some of the stories coming out of the weekend that have to do with race in the NFL. Also, Mark Cuban is getting roasted for his hypocrisy on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And also Tony's thoughts on the Eagles coordinators and everything going on at the border. All of that as we continue. Tony Bruno next from Florida here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. I love my kitchen. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need some magic. How about some kitchen magic? They're local, family-owned, and operated since 1979 right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Just schedule your free in-home design consultation today to bring your new kitchen or bath to life. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. So right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit them at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Wait a minute, baby. Stay with me a while. Said you give me life, but you never told me about the fire.
.31, welcome back in. Kayal and Company as we continue live on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch us live on YouTube. From Tony in Pottstown all the way down to Tony in Florida, it is a Wednesday with our man, Tony Bruno. Good morning, Mr. Bruno. How are you, sir?
Good morning. What up? What is up? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Look at you outside.
What? I'm out on the patio today.
Nice.
It's only 54 degrees this morning, so I had to put the long sleeve shirt on.
Stop.
But it's another beautiful day for baseball. Let's play. The Phillies will be down here in a couple of weeks. I talked to Larry Boa last week. He's already down here. I mean, he's coming down here. So we have the 76ers, who we can already thank for participating, and Joel Embiid in the MVP race. And then you got the Flyers are a disaster, and now their goaltender's going to go to jail. And other than that, everything's perfect in sports in Philadelphia right now.
Let's get ready for the NFL draft, Tony. What do you say? I'm totally distracted by your backdrop right now. Beautiful blue skies. So Stalker loves the sun. You've got palm trees, and it's 54 degrees. You're living the life, man.
And you can't see my boat down there. Let me lift this up to see if you can.
Gonna need a bigger boat.
Zoom. Well, the boat's right behind me. Is the lagoon there.
Yeah.
And my little boat's down there, and it's I'm not rubbing it in. 54 is cold here.
You know,
it's cold.
Yeah. On second thought, the hell with the Disney vacation, the Disney cruise. We should just send somebody to Bruno's house for 7 days.
Exactly right. Hey, listen, I great rates. We'll do a continental breakfast. I'll make the fresh coffee. Now, who's moving the camera? Who's doing that?
By the way, you're right on the water, Tony. That's amazing.
I know
Beautiful.
I am. I could dive off. Well, there's a screen porch in here, which is great because no bugs can come in.
Yeah.
So I can sit out on the patio naked and unafraid. So that's what we do. But it's beautiful. I was working on my boats right behind. I work on my boat all the time, even though it hasn't left the dock since like June of last year. But it's nice. It's nice.
It's good to have you. So I got to get your thoughts on this. I personally am sick of talking about her and him, her/him, and that's Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
Oh no!
But it's obviously the biggest story. We're gonna be inundated with it for the next 11 or 12 days leading up to the Super Bowl. We talked about it on Monday and a little bit yesterday. Vivek Ramaswamy coming out with his conspiracy theory because Tony, it's funny. We shifted from the first conspiracy of it's going to be San Francisco and Baltimore because there was a purple tint to the Super Bowl logo, and Lamar Jackson failed to deliver on that conspiracy. So now the conspiracy is that Kansas City is being propped up because the NFL wants Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl where she will then endorse Joe Biden to be president. Are you buying Vivek Ramaswamy's conspiracy theory?
I don't think there's a conspiracy theory. And, all these people now saying that it's a right-wing thing to disrespect Taylor Swift. I posted a story from 2014 that someone sent me on Deadspin. The last time I checked, Deadspin is hardly a far-right media company. I mean, they're as left as you can be. And they were ripping Taylor Swift in 2014 when she was at the Grammys, and they were saying that she was lip-syncing because she couldn't keep up with her own songs. So this nonsense about, this is some right-wing conspiracy, and all these women all over, why do you hate Taylor? Nobody hates Taylor Swift. I just care about, listen, God bless him. As I said, Taylor Swift's she's going to be 35, right? And if she and Travis Kelce get married, fine. I don't want to see them. If he proposes at the Super Bowl, fine. I don't care. I just want to watch the game. Listen, all these people, I don't have any problem with Travis Kelce. I don't have any problem with her. I just watch the games. You know what I mean? And now we got all this other drama, and it's not drama to me. Drama is like Tom Brady getting $53 million to replace Greg Olsen.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not drama. That's a great job. Tom Brady, I don't want him to go away because he still looks great and he's still the GOAT. And so I don't understand why people are making this like a right-wing, left-wing thing.
Yes.
Seriously?
I know. I'm with you.
I'll be in Vegas, by the way, Saturday morning. I'll be jumping on a big
Oh,
bird
you're going to the Super Bowl.
I will be there on Radio Row all next week, bringing you the thrill, the color, the pageantry, the electricity, the drama that is uniquely Super Bowl.
Can I come out there and pimp Speed Stick deodorant and do like a 7-minute interview?
Absolutely. Pimp Speed Stick deodorant.
Are you going to be able to
find a barber? I'll find a barber so that so you guys can get a haircut in there. How about that?
Well, Greg's getting a haircut apparently.
Friday, that was the big announcement. No, it wasn't the big announcement.
No, I heard the announcement. Yeah. And by the way, I was on the very first ever Disney cruise ship when I was working at ESPN, and they flew down the employees from Bristol, Connecticut, and it was only a 3-day weekend cruise. Beautiful ship, but they didn't even own. Well, no, they just bought their own ships because they were using some other company ships, and then Disney started building their own ships, and they're just an amazing fun time on there. Even with the kids yelling and screaming, it's still a good trip.
Will you be able to do a live hit for us while you're down there on Radio Row or
Well, here's the thing that we're still figuring out. Pete Shepard, who's our morning guy, goes on from 7 to 10. That means 4 to 7 a.m. And what's interesting to note is that most of the East Coast shows, are on 6 a.m. And so what's going to happen is, and it's happened before on the West Coast, when you're going in on Pacific time, and you've got to do morning shows from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. or 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. And so that's what we're going to figure out when we get there. We'll just basically wing it. And now we're going to have to get up early and do shows. So I'm going to be floating around on Radio Row, and then we'll see how it goes. I'll probably pop in with different shows. But as far as being on, it's at 8:25. What time is that?
That'd be 5:25.
Oof, that's early.
Now I can be up. I'm up for that. I was up at 4 o'clock this morning, guys. I wake up at the craziest times. I went to sleep at 1 and I was up at 4.
Oh, you're like
in
Dawn.
Anticipation. Exactly. Dawn, is that you get that little sleep too?
Usually. Last night I got 8 hours, though.
Wow.
Yeah.
There you go.
Woo.
How about that?
Went to bed early.
I got 8 hours on Saturday because I was out on the boat all day. I had my shirt off. I had sun, so I was shot.
Oh, my
I went
Lord.
to bed Saturday. I had the flip flops. I had the shorts on.
Stop.
I mean, it was absolutely like 70. No, it was like 81 degrees and perfect. No humidity because it gets humid here in the summer.
Yeah.
But right now everything is packed down here. Fort Myers, you can't drive anyway here in Southwest Florida. All the snowbirds are here. And they come down here for the winter, and then they go back. They go back east when it starts getting too hot here, which is like May, where it's basically an oven outside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're exactly right. I can't wait to get there myself. Tony Bruno's joining us, as he always does, from Florida here on Wednesday on Kayal and Company. Yeah, you talk about manufactured drama, Tony. We've got so many things going on that are technically in the sports aisle, but are either political with Taylor Swift and Joe Biden, or social or racial. And you want to talk about manufactured drama. ESPN last week, leading up to the AFC Championship game, with all of their race hustlers like Ryan Clark and RG3, were basically trying to paint the picture that America was rooting against Lamar Jackson because he's a black quarterback. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Patrick Mahomes is a black quarterback. Jalen Hurts, Russell Wilson, Dak Prescott. They tried to drive this narrative home that Americans will not tune in or root for a black quarterback. And Jason Whitlock from the Blaze took all of those clowns to task. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm sitting there tuning in, and I was riveted going into the game to see these two great quarterbacks. Now, the game sucked, but ESPN painting this racial narrative again with quarterbacks, to me, that's a major tune-out if you're running that network.
That's so like 15 years ago. And what's interesting, Philadelphia is perceived as a racist town, like all big cities are. But the bottom line is, the Eagles have had more African-American quarterbacks than any team in the NFL over the last 3 decades. From Randall Cunningham, you go down the list. So that's one good thing that they can't play on Philly, because Philly doesn't care what color the quarterback is. Just go out and win. And so the bottom line is, you're right. Everything has to be about race, whether it's Cori Bush, who, by the way, was not investigated by far-right extremist MAGA Republicans. It was Biden's DOJ that went after her for taking all that money to hire security guards who weren't real security guards. And then you have Ilhan Omar is still on Twitter ripping people for criticizing Cori Bush when she was criticizing the country and talking about her loyalty lies with Somalia.
Yeah, she's putting Somalia first over America.
Sense.
I know.
Make it make sense.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make any sense. Everything's about race and even sports, and I'm tired of it. If you look at sports right now, the NBA is primarily African American. You know, the only sport that doesn't have a lot of minorities is hockey, but they're all Canadians, most of them, and they're foreigners to me. I mean, like we have to go across the border to go up there. So I consider that, invading another country.
Yeah, we need to take over Canada.
I agree.
Hideous country.
I know.
Yeah.
Trudeau, that little. Anywho, Tony Bruno joining us as he always does on a Wednesday on Kayal and Company. A couple of other things to get to that I found interesting that I know you'll have some thoughts on. Mark Cuban has made his politics well known. He's the bazillionaire Dallas Mavericks owner for the Mavericks NBA franchise. And he pretty much shot himself in the foot with his little Twitter fights that he gets into with a lot of people. And he loves to mix it up with conservatives on social media. And he is defending his hiring practice against Elon Musk. On Monday, Mark Cuban admitted that he uses diversity as a competitive advantage when hiring and not hiring certain job candidates. And he said he's proud of the strategy, although he probably should be careful what his strategy is and sharing it publicly, because the commissioner for the United States Equal Employment Opportunity Commission notified him on social media that he's in violation of Title VII, where you cannot use certain check marks and boxes to hire people as motivating factors. I thought Cuban was pretty brilliant, yet he just showed how stupid he is by saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, he got all, and I used to interview Mark Cuban all the time when I was in L.A. I thought he was great. He was on Shark Tank.
Yep.
I mean, that's all capitalism. Isn't Shark Tank about capitalism and finding new ideas and then buying a piece of the company? And now he's off Shark Tank and he's off his rocker.
Yep.
I don't know what happened to him. And obviously, the good thing about Twitter or X is that when you say something like Mark Cuban, it doesn't matter who you are, you're going to get community noted. And the fact that Mark Cuban is, anytime he posts anything now, he has all these government agencies coming after him and telling him that what he's doing is illegal.
Yep.
The same thing with Joe Biden yesterday when he's out there. I heard you guys playing the cut earlier, out getting on a helicopter to come down here to Florida, to go to Jupiter, Florida for another fundraiser. And fine, that's what politicians do. But when he says he doesn't have the power and he needs Congress to do it, that's the most ridiculous thing ever. He has the power, and by the way, he has the power to get rid of student loans. He has the power to do everything but secure the border.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are people that stupid and that wrapped up into politics that they can't see the forest from the tree? I almost went. What's her face? Talking about another effing war.
Joy Reid.
Joy Reid.
Yeah, Joy Reid. Did you see her lame apology the night after?
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is a PG show, and I apologize, but that's what happens in the background. Never once saying, is that what you're talking about? Because we do radio and TV. When stuff goes on in the background, you don't have the mic on when you're on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody in the control room. So somebody had her mic on, and then she dropped that as Trump, as Bush was.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I got my presidents all confused. As Biden was talking about, what he's going to do, she says he's going to start another effing war. Then she comes back without any remorse to try to explain that, we're a PG show, and I apologize for having that go out. Not that I apologize and was exposed as the fraud that I am, as someone who just pretends to be, she's the race lady, as we like to call her. She's absolutely, and you can see it, with going on MSNBC is a national embarrassment. And people watch that stuff, and that's where they get their information from. And I'm not telling anybody where to watch, but when you see what's going on now and how the media is basically campaigning for one side, and they're trotting out everybody, and that's why they're trotting out Taylor Swift, because Taylor Swift's going to endorse Joe Biden.
My question is that Joy Reid is an opinion host on MSNBC, right? So if that is her opinion, why does she not give it? You know what I mean? Like if she thinks that Biden is going to get us into another effing war, why does she not have the authority to say this is going to be my take today?
I would think she should.
It's an opinion show. It's not a news show.
Of course.
Exactly. But she got caught on a hot mic, which most people are smart enough not to do, but it happens a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But then not even say, you know what? Why did I say that? Well, because Joe Biden, she could never say. And by the way, yes, I'm seeing now that can Tony do 5 minutes without hand movements? Are you serious?
You're Italian. You talk with your hands.
I'm Italian.
Come on, man.
We all talk with our hands.
Exactly.
By the way, somebody asked if you
talk
can
with their hands.
if you can chime those chimes behind you. If you can do that.
Absolutely. That'll be my sign off.
Yeah. It's like when you used to leave. You would leave Long John Silver's and you'd ring the bell.
Listen to that.
Hang on.
I mean, it's dead calm out there, but when there's a breeze out here, you have the screen door open, in the patio, sitting in the living room with the fireplace on those cold nights when it gets down into the 50s.
Oh, the struggle's
Big
real.
fireplace, of course.
Yeah.
And you just have to chill down here. I'm ready for baseball, guys.
Me too,
I'm
man.
ready for baseball. Here's the two.
I knew he was going to do his Harry Cowles.
Okay.
There it is. Think about this too. I was not aware that she offered up a half-hearted apology, but that was a rough 2 hours for MSNBC because not only does she get caught on the hot mic, I'm not sure if Maddow's on before or after, but Rachel Maddow has E. Jean Carroll and her two attorneys on. And I'm sure you probably saw the clip and read the story about how they were yucking it up about what they're going to do with Donald Trump's money. And E. Jean Carroll's on the set basically saying, oh, we'll buy you a home and we'll take you shopping. I mean, I'm not sitting here and accusing her of lying, but that's not a good look. And that, I don't know, is that typically the way a rape victim acts after winning a civil compensation suit? I mean, that was a bad look for E. Jean Carroll and Rachel Maddow, in my opinion.
But they don't care, Nick. They don't care about, because there are a lot of women out there who, the believe all women people who only believe some women. That's the problem. You only believe the people you agree with, and you hate the people you disagree with. That's the world we live in now. Nobody can agree on logical things that are right in front of our faces. I'm trying to control my hands. I'm gonna try to get Robin to duct tape my arms down to this chair. And by the way, I'm in you see what kind of chair I'm in right now?
The rocker?
That's one of those. No, that's one of those. What do you call it? Chairs?
I don't know. Brown?
No, it's not brown. It's gray.
Wood?
It's one of those. It doesn't recline. It's just one of those chairs that you put outside in the summertime. What is this called? Robin, what's the name of this chair?
Chaise Lounge?
Joe Biden beach chair.
It's not even. It doesn't recline at all.
Can you return that to Costco after 2.5 years?
No, these are nice. These are plastic or whatever the material is.
Recycled plastic.
Recycled.
Repurposed.
Oh no, did we lose him?
Uh-oh.
No, I got my.
He's just rocking. He's just rocking in his chair.
Exactly.
All right, couple of final moments here with Tony Bruno.
Adirondack, thank you.
Adirondack,
it's an Adirondack chair.
Yeah.
Which is up in New York. We're down in Florida. I don't want to be up in the Adirondacks right now.
I
want my Adirondack chair in Florida where it belongs. We
Every
don't care about the climate.
Every single person on YouTube right now is just Adirondack, 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 Adirondack.
And it's not brown. It's gray.
Yeah.
Come on, people. What's the matter with you? By the way, what's the phrase that pays now or the word of the day? I got to get this Disney cruise ship. We may have to do our own cruise.
I think the phrase that pays is mustard.
Tomorrow at 8:30 is when we do a first keyword.
Yeah. And by the way, Bruno technically could be eligible, I've been told, so we'll see.
Well, he's not. Yeah, he's not an Odyssey employee. He's a self-employed man.
He's an independent contractor.
Employee.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a W-9 guy.
Yes.
I'm an independent contractor.
Exactly right, man. So, final moments. I got to get your thoughts on two things. Number one, it's been a while because, our football team decided to bow out early from the playoffs. But everybody was calling for Nick Sirianni's head. That did not happen. They have now hired Kellen Moore to be the offensive coordinator and Vic Fangio to be the defensive coordinator. Is that enough to get the Eagles back on track with some accomplished inexperienced coordinators like Nick surrounded himself with this past season, Tony?
Well, it can't hurt. I mean, Kellen Moore, remember, he was with Dallas, and then they got rid of him because their coach wanted to call the plays. Then Kellen Moore goes to the Chargers.
Yep.
And I was reading that, the Chargers were not going to let him get out of a contract, for a lateral move, which is offensive coordinator to offensive coordinator. They're only going to allow him to leave if he was getting a head coaching job. But now when they hired Harbaugh wants his own people in there. So they told Kellen Moore, hey, if you can find another job. So that's what they did. Vic Fangio's a veteran guy. He's been around. He's Italian. He sits up in the booth. And then they hired this special. Did you see the strength and conditioning dude they hired from Seattle?
No.
Oh, you got to see the picture. This guy's a monster. He makes Big Dom look like he's petite. This dude is from Seattle.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, well, we'll take that. Lastly, this is another one, and this is a local story as well. And I think he's being ripped justifiably so. Stephen A. Smith, who does a podcast for Odyssey, as well as all of his other stuff with ESPN, is being ripped, and rightfully so, for his double standard. So Joel Embiid, as we know, recently scored, 70 points against Greg Popovich and the Spurs. Now, Luka Doncic from the Dallas Mavericks comes out and scores 73 against the Hawks. And I've got his two quotes here, and he is being roasted for basically being a hypocrite. He goes on to say the following, quote, "He's sending a message," said Stephen A. Smith of Embiid. Quote, "This brother is phenomenal. He is arguably the best big man in the game. He sent the message that he was going for the championship." That was after his 70-point performance. Now, Luka Doncic, white guy, comes out and drops 73 on the Hawks, and Stephen A. Smith says, let's not go overboard with the Luka praise. The fans want this? No, the league wanted it, said Smith on ESPN. He was basically ridiculing the lack of defense that was played. So when Embiid scores 70, it's the brother is phenomenal. When Luka scores 73, it's, well, nobody played defense that night. He's being roasted for the double standard based on the race of the players and the allegations of that. Your thoughts on that story?
Well, yeah, I've known Stephen A. Smith forever. We go way back. And, obviously, if you look at ESPN.com, his picture is in every story that they post, whether it's him commenting on it. They have to put his picture because they pay him so much money. He has to have an opinion on everything. And that's absurd. And he's doing that, obviously, to get people excited and to talk about it. But wasn't Luka Doncic the MVP?
Yeah.
Doesn't he play for the defending champions in the NBA? So, again, this is all just to get the blood flowing and the juices flowing. So because the race card will ESPN and a lot of these people, these pundits, should just give away free cards, and every single one of them is the race card.
Yeah.
You don't need, not even a joke. Maybe put one joker in there. Speaking of Jokic.
Yeah, yes.
Put one joker in the deck and see if somebody at ESPN or any of these other race baiters all over TV can pull the joker card one day. And when they pull the joker card, remember, 52 in a deck. So should it be the 53rd card that's the joker, or should there be one race card removed to put the joker in and make it 52?
Well,
I'll let you decide. I'll give
giving
you
me
the
a
final
math
say.
equation here for homework
Yes,
on the
exactly,
way out.
yes.
I like that. I'll get back to you in 24 hours with that answer. I got to go home and get my calculator. Tony Bruno, live from Florida in his, an Adirondack chair?
Adirondack chair. Yeah, and don't forget my chimes, my wing chimes.
Yeah, ring the chimes on the way out, baby. There it goes. I see him waving. I just don't hear him. We should mic up. Nope, we got to mic up the chimes. Tell Robin to get the technical portion of this program fixed. What is she doing back there?
Let me bring the camera up so you can see the boat. Can you
All right,
see
here we
that
go.
now?
Oh, there is the Bruno boat.
There's the boat.
Nice boat. I like
It's
that.
a 21-footer. And then there's my neighbor's boat across the way, and there's a lagoon.
Yeah.
Cape Coral, Florida has more canals than any other city on earth.
Wow.
It was built on canals. So there's canals everywhere. So you could jump on your boat right behind. This is our condo, not our house.
Uh-huh.
And then you can go out into the Gulf of Mexico and catch some big fishes and stuff. It's all kinds of wildlife down here. We get manatees in here. Saw a shark in here.
Living the dream.
Iguanas.
Living the dream.
Yeah, it's good
Very
stuff.
cool.
I came back to Philadelphia and Tony went to Florida. Who came out on top of that
Yeah,
equation?
exactly.
Tony's got to go with my friend Captain Patrick Gould, who will take him on back bay fishing back there in the mangroves or out to sea.
Beautiful.
Well, I'm going to go down to the Everglades now that the congressman from California had the whole Trump, how he's going to put alligators in there and electrified fences.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
I did.
Garcia from California. And I wrote back to the congressman and said, brilliant idea. I can get, I live in Florida. I'll go down to the Everglades and I'll get a tractor trailer load of quality items, and we can, I'll send them over to you.
Okay.
Is there a better idea to secure the border than alligators and electrified faces?
I mean, would you rather build the wall or grab some alligators?
Well, I mean, alligators are everywhere here on golf courses. They're just sitting out there because that's where they live.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to bring gators. I think we should get some piranha. I think we should get all kinds of wildlife and put it out there, and then, of course, have the electrified fence, and then have a guy with shooting fire out of his eyes, and then an airplane. Did you see the thing with Garcia? Did you guys check that out?
I did. Yeah. I did.
And that was during a hearing to impeach Mayorkas, which now all of a sudden is political.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The guy's been lying forever.
Yeah.
This guy should have been removed. At least Obama removed. Remember, he removed Shinseki when there was the whole thing with the VA hospitals and how the VA people were complaining.
Yep.
Even Obama got rid of a guy because he didn't think he was doing the job. But these people can't be removed from their jobs, just like Larry Krasner cannot be removed from his job in Philadelphia. It's unbelievable.
Exactly. But we can remove this segment because we have to go. Tony
All
Bruno,
right, I'll see you later.
thank you as
I'm
always.
going to take my shirt off and get a little sun today.
Oh, topless.
Oh, boy.
Topless Tony.
Topless Tony. It's a Topless Tony Wednesday as we continue. Thank you, Bruno. There he is, Tony Bruno, live from Florida in his Adirondack chair. All right, we'll come back. Final hour on the way. Dawn will have a big three. We've got our morning mystery movie clip and also the automobile industry when it comes to AM radio, Congress, and also Gen Z. The details when we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But first, you got to call my friends at QC Kinetics today if you're sick and tired of your achy joints, dreading the idea of surgery. Listen, the state of healthcare is always changing, and those old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only options. I'm talking about regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results just for you. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, maybe from arthritis, maybe from that past injury, but don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harnessed and then direct your body's natural abilities to restore and actually, yes, repair your damaged joint tissue. So this is revolutionary stuff. It gets you long-term relief, no downtime, no surgery. So make this the year you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence, walk, run, play, live, play golf, whatever, without the danger and trauma of surgery and without any harmful drugs. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics now. Get a free consultation. Put this on the calendar for you. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Call them. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
Hello, I'm Greg Figueroa.
And I'm David Figueroa. Over 30 years ago, my brother Greg and I set out on a mission to offer the world a better hot sauce.
That's right, David. We made Melinda's thicker, hotter, and better than ordinary hot sauces.
And now we have 32 exciting and delicious sauces that hot sauce fans are obsessed with, like our ghost pepper sauce, our Thai sweet chili, and our best-selling black truffle hot sauce.
Melinda's also has 5 spicy ketchups made with real sugar and no added junk like high fructose corn syrup. People ask David and I, what makes Melinda so good? That's easy. We think like chefs do. Instead of burning someone with hot peppers and vinegar, we use fresh plant-based ingredients and the finest chili peppers perfectly blended to set your mouth on flavor.
Go to melindas.com to find our line of craft condiments at Walmart and other fine retailers. And right now, get 20% off our award-winning sauces with code RADIO at melindas.com. That's melindas.com. melindas.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. 6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Oh, what a morning. Kayal and Company, 9:04, fourth and final hour underway. As we continue, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, the morning mystery movie clip in about 15 minutes. If you missed the big station announcement this morning at 7:20, shame on you. But I get it. People have lives. That's why they created the Odyssey app, the Rewind feature. You can go back on YouTube. A 7-night Disney cruise stay in the Caribbean with a group of 4, up to 4 people.
Yep.
And this is not a national contest. This is a Kayal and Company exclusive. Somebody that listens to this program will be going. We will be announcing the winner and calling them live on the air Friday, February 23rd. And by the way, starting tomorrow, each and every morning up until the 23rd at 8:30, we will give you a keyword.
Mustard.
It could be mustard. It could be ketchup. It could be pretzel. It could be radio. Who knows? It could be car.
By the way,
cruise.
Sergeant Mark Fusetti was on the YouTube chat earlier, and he said that when he wins, he's calling it like Babe Ruth. When he wins, that he will take 3 listeners with him.
Oh, is that right?
So,
okay,
it's nice of Sergeant Mark to say.
Very nice.
People are already, making bets on who will win this trip.
That is correct. Looking forward to that. We had Tony Bruno at 8:30. He was riveting, to say the least, as he always is, live from Florida. And also, we have to update you. It's been a while since we talked about this story, but there's a new little twist to the car industry AM radio being, in your new vehicles moving forward, Congress, this whole battle. A very important update, courtesy of the Wall Street Journal, that we will get to here in a couple of minutes. But before we get to all of that, we get to the news because it's time for Dawn Stenzelin's Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Breaking news this morning, this final day of January 31st. Officer down in Philadelphia again. A Philadelphia police officer was just shot within the past several hours this morning while serving a warrant North 12th Street and Master Street. Here's what I've learned. He's identified as a veteran Philadelphia Narcotics Unit police officer, shot in his bulletproof vest. That bullet then ricocheted and struck him in the hand, okay? And so they were serving a search warrant in North Philadelphia, and we know that he was rushed to Jefferson University Hospital. Mayor Sherrell Parker held a news conference outside Jefferson University Hospital this morning. Anthony Dorenzo, if you don't have it already for my show, tee it up with Sherrell speaking out, because she's saying a lot, and it's important, and it's a new day in Philadelphia. But this shooting happened at King's Place, right near the intersection, like I said, North 12th and Master, and the narcotics unit serving several warrants, which, as we know, and we've talked about this a lot, serving these kinds of warrants is one of the most dangerous jobs for Philadelphia police. So thank God he was wearing his bulletproof, and the bullet ricochet did injure him in the hand. Stable condition in the hospital. Second such shooting of an officer in less than a week. Another Philadelphia police officer who we've talked a lot about is recovering after being shot in his leg. That happened Friday. The new developments in that case are the newly released video clearly showing both officers, I'm talking about the incident last Friday, both officers' guns clearly holstered during a scuffle with 28-year-old Alex Spencer. First shot hits one officer's leg. Now, the other officer, now ID'd as 33-year-old Raheem Hall, returns fire, single shot into Spencer's back as Spencer appears to toss his gun toward the front of the store. Then another man, who's now wanted by police, identified as Jose Quinones Mendez, grabs that gun, gets away. Spencer later dies. So here's what Mayor Sherelle Parker is saying this morning. If maybe in the guys in the back can grab this sound for you. She says, quote, "Our police officers are on the front lines of our city every single day and every night, putting their lives on the line." This mayor making an absolute line in the sand, if you will, in my humble opinion this morning, by showing up at the hospital and supporting law enforcement. This is a new day and an important day in Philadelphia. So we think about the fact that technically we're about 1,000 officers down. If we think about those we need to recruit and the ones who are, because they have to give such far notice as to when they're retiring.
Cool. Now put some policy into effect to back up your words and your appearances and your photo ops. That's all cool. That's all great. That's all good, Andy. I want results now. I know she's only been in office for a month. I get it, but let's go.
It's interesting to me, though. Remember Danielle Outlaw, Nick, when she held a news conference, the commissioner.
Oh, yeah. The tone has
Kenny
changed,
did, right?
For sure. Yes.
And she threw the officer under the bus. Yep. It was premature. We've seen other officers get a change of venue for their trials. And so D.A. Krasner was eating his words in his news conference yesterday. And I think that's significant.
Good.
Because he was saying, he wasn't announcing any charges against this police-involved shooting with the officer.
Okay.
Also, the other difference I'm going to point out to you is that they're not releasing the name officially of that officer we saw wheeled out of Temple this week, the officer shot Friday, because Sherelle Parker says he's a victim. We're not releasing his name, but they have to by city law and whatnot. That's why they've released the officer who fired.
Okay.
So I'm just noting some differences, and I know I'm being hopeful.
No, that's, yeah.
Let's talk.
Well, you can be, right?
Let's talk about Atlantic City. This is an 18-year battle appears to be coming to an end. The fighting over the ban of smoking in Atlantic City's casinos. So on this one, the smoking ban passed a key legislative hurdle, and this thing is teed up to pass. It looks like it's going to pass. It's called Casino Employees Against Smoking Effects Cease. And so there was testimony this week. The committee passed the bill, and it looks like this thing is going to be a go.
So no smoking in any Atlantic City casino officially.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good. It's one of the reasons why I love parks so much. Walk in there and it smells nice.
Yeah, this is true. 1 year later, President Biden says, yes, for the first time, I will travel to East Palestine, right on the Ohio-Pennsylvania border.
Boy, this is a political miscalculation if I've ever seen one in my life.
334 days,
Yep.
I believe.
He should have just stayed away.
Yeah.
Honest to God, he should have just stayed away.
Yeah.
This is a bad political move for him.
Mm-hmm. It's so obvious. It's such an entry-level observation that's accurate where it's like, oh, geez, I wonder why.
Yep.
You know?
They can't, if they do this, the fear of booing, so what are they going to do? They're going to find a venue where it's closed in.
It's going to be a sanitized setting, right? Yeah.
But hey, a year later, it looks like February 3rd. That's when they're not giving details. Nick broke the story earlier, and they're not really giving a whole lot of details of that day. However, he will reportedly travel.
But, honestly, the reason he didn't go was probably because it's Trump country to begin with. It was 73% Republican vote in 2020. So, honestly, at this point, to the point of the terrible optics of it, he's already hurt. I don't know if it was going to hurt him because they vote Republican anyway. But, it's not going to help him now. It's not like all of a sudden, hey, after just shy of a year, I'm going to show up and all of a sudden people are going to vote for me.
Yeah.
They're going to be even more furious. So not only does it look bad optically.
So bad.
Actually, it could probably even lead to a wider margin of him losing.
And there's no excuse why he wouldn't go. It's not like his schedule is full.
The guy's been on vacation for 39.8% of his presidency.
I'm just saying that it's I get, he's been asked about this multiple times. He should have gone right after it happened. He didn't. Now just, wave the white flag and say, we messed up, but going there right now is a huge mistake.
And all of his minions get asked about it, and then they have nothing to say because it's not on his schedule.
I'm not going to get beyond that.
He's not going to go around that and in that, and, we're not going to go there. We'll leave it there.
Well, I don't know if they're the same shoe size or boot size, but maybe Mayor Pete can, loan his boots. Remember Mayor Pete's funny designer boots?
Yeah. I think Pete was there.
He was.
And he
right
wore
after
those.
Yep.
And he wore those silly, designer $750 boots.
He had Abercrombie and Fitch boots on with a sweater vest and a hard hat.
It's a sin.
You talk about a man out of a fish out of water.
So on this dreary, drizzly 42-degree day, but tomorrow there will be sunshine and 50 degrees. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, we will get to our morning mystery movie clip. At the bottom of the hour, we have What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. And then in between that, an important update on the story with AM radio and the future of it in new cars with the automobile industry and how Congress may have to rescue it. Very important update. We'll give you that next after the movie clip on Kayal and Company.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
For a limited time, when you call Oliver for a new air conditioner, you'll get a gas furnace for free. You heard right. Buy a new high-efficiency air conditioner today, and the gas furnace is free. Plus, 0% financing and monthly payments as low as $99. Call 855-275-6548 or visit oliverheatcool.com. Oliver Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Reliable, fast service you've come to trust for more than 50 years.
Financing and payments are subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, Joe Camry here. Valentine's Day is almost upon us. And guys, it's crunch time. If you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey. They've got an amazing selection of gifts at every price point, so you're guaranteed to walk out with something that will make you look like an all-star this year. Visit their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, and tell them I sent you. They'll take great care of you. Or you can always shop online at FamilyJewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9. Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State basketball this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own crash-proof game plan.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through February 29th. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE. Comedian Joe Conklin.
Mike, that Eagles loss made me sick to my stomach.
Yeah, Donovan McNabb was watching the game at home. Even he threw up again. Now they're bringing Sirianni back.
What's next? A banner for Rich Kotite on the Eagles Wall of Fame?
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Anastasia on Westchester Pike in Newtown Square, Saturday, March 9th. And at the Plumsteadville Inn in Pipersville, Friday, March 1st. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Did you know that most men over 50 have ED? Alpha Men's Center has a 96% success rate with ED. ED has many causes, like high blood pressure, low testosterone, and diabetes. And Alpha Men's Center has multiple treatment options. In fact, for $99, you get a consultation, blood work, and a test dose. And if you don't get results, your visit is free. 484-685-1235. Call Alpha Men's Center, alphamencenter.com. 484-685-1235.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit InnovativeMedicalAssociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system. Get a tax refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt now. No fee refund advance offered to eligible clients. Application required. Loans by Republic Bank. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company as we continue. 9:21. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet part due in a couple of moments, as well as what's on tap for the Dawn Show today. Today in music history, and who won Twitter today. But before we find out who won that, we have to get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I say it's time to start making money from the Facebook, but Mark doesn't want to advertise you. Who's right?
Neither of you yet. The Facebook is cool. That's what it's got going for it. Yeah. You don't want to ruin it with ads because ads aren't cool. Exactly. It's like you're throwing the greatest party on campus and someone saying it's got to be over by 11. That's exactly right. You don't even know what the thing is yet. Exactly. How big it can get, how far it can go. This is no time to take your chips down. $1 million isn't cool. You know what's cool? You.
$1 billion.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, we have a pair of tickets to see Major League Wrestling Super Fight this Saturday, February 3rd at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. If you don't win them today, we will have them again tomorrow and Friday. And for more info and tickets, visit MLW2300.com. It's the birthday of one of the actors in that fine movie today.
Wow.
There's your little clue. Good luck on that one. 855-839-1210. Okay, so quickly, I just want to give this update before we get to our winner coming up at the bottom of the hour and what's on the cut sheet part due. The car industry, this courtesy of the Wall Street Journal, we've talked about this, and we even took, I think, a significant victory lap in the summer when it was looking like this was almost a foregone conclusion that AM radio would be saved in new vehicles from the automobile manufacturers. But Congress still might have to rescue it. The update that I think is important here is on Monday, Representative Josh Gottheimer, Democrat from New Jersey, who introduced the House bill, plans to ask the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to require these automakers to include a safety warning on the price stickers of vehicles that do not have AM radio. So I think moving forward, this is significant because if we get to so look at this twofold. Number one, I mean, selfishly, AM radio, we work on an AM radio station, and even though the Odyssey app is great and YouTube is great, we still have a significant amount of people that listen, the old-fashioned way.
Yep.
They go on to say every time a dealership sells a vehicle without AM radio, customers need to be warned that they're missing a key safety feature for emergencies. And as we know, there's just over 4,500 radio stations across the country that still exist on AM radio. So I think this is significant. I hope it doesn't get to the point where we get to the fact that some of these manufacturers, when they roll out new vehicles in 2027 or 2032 or whatever it might be, that they don't have the AM radio in it. But from a safety standpoint, we've talked about this. For people that live in rural areas, it's still a vital way to get your information, safety-wise, emergency-wise, across the board. So I think it's a significant story. And this guy from New Jersey is at least saying, and I don't know what his personal political view is on this. He's a Democrat, but I bring that up because Ed Markey, Democrat from Massachusetts, and Ted Cruz, Republican from Texas, we live in a world where politics are very polarizing. But this has been a bipartisan effort by Dems and Republicans to make sure that this stays, at least with those two spearheading it.
And I'm not an engineer, so I don't fully understand why the allegation here is that, the AM radio technology somehow costs more for these car companies or something. That's what they've been pushing back on.
Mm-hmm.
Really, it just seems like it would be cheap and easy. So I would love to hear an engineer from that, that side of things to refute that or explain that.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, I just think that you think of locally, and we've heard of this. We heard this from people in Sandy Hook. We heard this in New Jersey because they don't have a regular television market.
That's true.
Not just rural areas, but New Jersey, for example. So, they don't have a TV. They're denied that. The FCC, and I've covered that, and I intimately know that battle for an actual television market in New Jersey, it's so bizarre when you really look at it. The fact that they don't have that, and there have been people who were did not receive warnings. And AM radio is one of those things. You're saying it, Nick, that, and I've been there. I've been, in my vehicle, this happened to me in my minivan, and whatever happened, everything went out, and I could get AM, and I was listening to the storm, and they were saying on there, and it was KYW, but then it was somebody that came through from the National Weather Service or something that was saying, if you're in this area, and I was right there with my son in the backyard. I mean, we were went under an underpass.
Yeah.
And there was a tornado coming through within the past, I'll say 5 years, that happened.
Yeah.
So this is real to people. I don't even get it. Is it really political or is it really financial?
To your point, they're saying the shielding cables and the components to reduce interference, which we're talking about this static or whatever that interferes with some of the technology in these new vehicles. The ability to reduce that would cost the car makers $3.8 billion over 7 years.
There's a guy that emails me, and I believe it's a guy. I'm not trying to make any assumptions, but there's somebody who emails me a lot whenever we talk about this subject, and I guess he works on cars and works on electric cars.
I think we've read one of his emails before.
And he said that it is true that they do cause interference or something with some sort of.
Okay. Well, then what's the cost? What's the cost then per vehicle? Add that into the cost of the price of the vehicle.
Here's my problem with this, because yes, this is our livelihood, and yes, I do believe that this, if this does happen, and it's already happening with certain car manufacturers, that it's not good for us and it's not good for our business. However, it's a slippery slope though, because I don't like the government getting involved in this. I just don't. If we're under the belief that we need limited government and we don't want government to get involved in stuff, but this, since it affects us, is different.
Well, forget our personal interests. I mean, just talk about it from a safety standpoint.
Yeah, but you can say safety for anything.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So in the South, should the government stop having those sirens in Tennessee when there's a tornado coming through that they blare throughout counties?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying
where do
now,
you draw the line on that?
But with smartphones and everything like that, you get these alerts anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm just. Yeah.
But in a storm, when this, I don't know. I'll have to ask Scalish or somebody in one of our great engineers. But my phone was out. The cell towers were out when I was driving that time, and it was something. It definitely came over AM, because I had flipped over to that.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't. I'm not as tech savvy as obviously our engineers, but I will say there are going to be instances where they should figure this out, where it's a safety issue, however that is. And then for us, or for AM radio in general, does that change the industry as they try to find the right band?
I mean, I don't know what that $3.8 billion over 7 years equates to per vehicle. But if somebody says, hey, do you want an AM radio in your brand new car? Yeah, it'll be an extra $125 on the sticker price.
Well, you know what?
Some people will probably take it.
No, what they're going to say, Nick, is what they do with ethanol. Oh, we want federal subsidies because we're protecting the safety of those with they want the VIG, as Zeoli always says. They want the, you know what I mean? They want the feds to cough up the billions.
All I'm saying is that we can't be in favor of limited government except in this situation. You know what I mean? I'm with both of you. I think that this is imperative that, people have the option to have AM radios in cars or whatever. But we can't sit here and this is not an a la carte thing where we like government intervention here, but not here. You know what I mean? So I just feel like this is a weird situation because, yes, it does affect our livelihood, but it also it's government really should have no involvement in this, in my opinion. I'm glad that they're getting involved, but I just, I don't know. I just feel like it's not. And that's why, look, you can laugh and say whatever you will about us, pimping for YouTube subscriptions or likes, or you can laugh at me for, saying follow us on the Odyssey app and make sure you're listening on the Odyssey app, because that is how we counterbalance this. That is how, because all of these cars will have, smart dashboards or whatever, and you can get the Odyssey app right there on your your dashboard or CarPlay or whatever it is. So we're right there for everybody to listen to if they so choose.
Yeah, no, you're right. My wife is listening. She says that's not true in Tennessee. You don't always get alerts when tornadoes are coming with those sirens. I get there is a warning, but that's for a general area, not that a tornado has touched down.
Exactly. How do you? So they have to figure. To Greg's point, they should figure out when the cell towers go out, and to Kristen's point, when everything goes out. How is there a signal that you could get with old-fashioned rabbit ears, or if you're in your vehicle with that? And they should make that possible.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
Kimmy writes, I just use the Odyssey app and link it to the radio. Exactly. You know what I mean? Just put up most cars now, especially if you're buying a new car. They have, you can use Bluetooth on your phone or whatever and just hook it right up to the car. Listen to me, I sound old and
I know.
Crotchety. But by the way, if you're listening right now on the Odyssey app,
here we go.
There's a lot of you that are doing that because of the big announcement at 7:20 this morning. Can you make sure that you follow 1210 WPHT? So it's up there in the upper right-hand corner. If you're on the Odyssey app, and you have 1210 WPHT right there. I'm putting it up on the thing. Make sure you hit the follow button. It's a little check. Make sure you follow us. You'll get all the alerts and everything, and it helps us.
There you go.
It helps us.
All right, coming up next, we will get to our morning movie mystery clip winner, and then let's take him right now. Actually, we do have him on the line. I didn't even see that. Let's go to John in Kensington. Let's get him in quickly because he's in Kensington. You never know what could be going on there. John, what movie clip did we play for you this morning, sir?
Hey, guys, that would be The Social Network.
Yeah. That is correct. Woo! Congratulations, John. You've got the wrestling tickets for this Saturday, February 3rd.
Okay, thank you very much.
You are welcome, John in Kensington. Thank you for listening and certainly for playing. All right, on the other side, Cut Sheet Part 2 as we continue. Kayal and Company, stay right there.
But we always want to thank our friends from Piazza, and I love Piazza Auto Group. They're always going to give you that first-class personal service. And I love the power of Piazza, as I always talk about. They're across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. Right now, so excited to help the Piazza family welcome in 2 new members to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore, as well as Maserati of the main line. Both right there on Lancaster Avenue. You're going to receive that same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect from Piazza Premium Automobiles. Find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and so much more. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
It all comes down to this. Super Bowl 58. Listen live from Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Takes the snap. Darts a pass near side. Caught by Kelsey. Wrapped to the ground at the 12.
And the San Francisco 49ers.
With a comeback for the ages. The 49ers are going back to the Super Bowl.
Wherever you are next Sunday, stream Super Bowl 58 with Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search Super Bowl. AUDACY.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Company, 9:36, rolling on live on this Wednesday morning as we head until 10 o'clock. Still ahead, what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Today in music history and who won Twitter today. But before we get to all of that.
Wait. Right before we do this, Steve writes to me, and he sends me an article. As promised, Ford reactivates AM radio in 2023 electric vehicles. He's saying if Ford can do it, why can't everybody else do it?
That's right. That's right. It can't cost them that much. If it is financial, can't cost that much. And then you just build it into the price.
Oh, I always thought that there was a hidden agenda behind this because it just doesn't smell right. You know what I mean?
I know.
Because they've tried to get rid of this form of radio for a long time, and they haven't been able to do it.
It's true.
I just tiptoe around government getting involved.
It's a tough sell that you could say that as we've advanced in technology, that AM radio will create issues with the new technology of cars.
Yep.
Like that should be something that should be long gone in the rearview mirror, a thing of the past.
Yep.
All right, let's get to a Wednesday installment of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 sponsored by Budget Blinds. BudgetBlinds.com is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Free in-home consultations and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Ask about their exclusive inspired collection online at BudgetBlinds.com, BudgetBlinds.com, BudgetBlinds.com. I'm not only reading the copy, I am also a customer of Budget Blinds. They do fabulous work. Tony brought this up earlier, and I found it. Joy Reid apologizing for saying that Joe Biden is starting another effing war in a hot mic moment. So in this clip here, you'll hear the original clip where she was playing the clip of Biden, and then she slips up, and then they cut to the next night, her apologizing with what she said.
Okay, so the apology did not come same night. Next night.
It's a great question, Nick. I don't know that. Well, I guess you could really tell by if she's wearing different clothing.
That's true. She doesn't change outfits per segment.
Yeah. Let's Zabruder this film. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
Over the weekend, President Biden said he's ready to take action if Congress is serious about solving the border issue.
Yep.
If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly. And Congress needs to get it done.
Starting another war. Still trying to kill the deal. Before we go, I just want to apologize very quickly.
Same show.
I was chatting during a clip that was playing, and we try to keep this show very PG-13, so I just want to apologize to anyone who was listening to my behind-the-scenes chatter. Deeply, deeply apologize for that, because it's PG-13 up around here. So thank you to you all for watching the video.
It's PG-13 up around here. So she didn't turn her microphone off, or her producer didn't kill her mic, as she was basically not being authentic with her audience. Like when I'm going to curse out like Dorenzo, and I I play like this clip and I want to have him fired.
You are fired.
Yeah, like if I want to say something like that, I make sure that I turn my off button off when I say to Greg, like, hey, fire Dorenzo immediately.
It happens. It happens all the time. You know what I mean? Like you slipped up and said then said something
I said
a couple
the
weeks
F-bomb
ago.
too.
Yeah. Luckily we have a dump button here because it matters on AM radio, unlike on cable news. But I just my whole thing about this is that she does an opinion show.
She's being disingenuous to her
Exactly.
audience.
That is she's gotten more attention with this than she's ever done from anything else she's done.
Yes.
So why not go with this?
Yeah. Why don't you do your opening monologue? Why don't you do your big take on you ranting and raving about Joe Biden starting another war instead of saving that for when you think your mic's been killed?
Because you know what it is? It's they have a script there, and they can't, like, nobody on that network is critical of Joe Biden, and you can't be. That's clear. That's clear because she had to apologize for it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's propaganda, man.
But it also shows me that she's not apologizing on her own, of her own volition.
No.
So somebody got in her ear and said, the biggity bigs or whatever said, you have to apologize, because it's really a non-apology.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
We were
she's
just chatting.
Oh, my chatter and PG-13. She's not really apologizing. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody slips up, you go, I'm really sorry. I messed up.
Yep. Spin Central on that network. If you want the Joe, I mean, basically, you're getting from Joy Reid is the same thing you're getting from Karine Jean-Pierre and every other puppet.
Think about this. Think about all the attention those Tucker Carlson texts got when he went after Trump and, talked about how, he basically hated Trump. And I was like, see, these people are disingenuous. Like, this is just that.
Yeah.
This is exactly that. Her yelling about Joe Biden starting another effing war is exactly that. Except it doesn't make the same, it doesn't get the same level of condemnation.
And
for these
that's
people
why
being phonies.
I've always valued radio, even though TV pays far better. The authenticity matters. And I think in talk radio, for the most part, you get usually authentic people with their real, honest, raw opinion.
Sure.
And that's why I think talk radio has always superseded, for me, television in that boxed in. So even on an opinion-based show where you're time constraint and everything, it's these, to use an industry term, like a hard out. They've got to be out at an exact certain time. I love the kind of blank canvas that we get in talk radio.
Yep. Tony also made reference to Representative Robert Garcia talking about the Trump and MAGA border play and his alligator moats and bombing northern Mexico and shooting migrants in the leg. This is what he said on the House floor, or I guess this was a committee meeting. He said this yesterday. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
I will not yield. I want to remind the public that Donald Trump and House Republicans also have their own ideas for the border. So let's review the majority's border ideas that they've actually presented. Here they are. Donald Trump actually has said that he wants to build alligator moats along the border. That's one of his incredible ideas. Another idea that Donald Trump has promoted is he actually wants to electrify the border fence and maybe even put some spikes on the border. That's another Donald Trump and MAGA majority border
I'd
idea.
plant claymores, personally.
Another idea, which I'm not sure how well it would go, is he wants to actually bomb northern Mexico with missiles. That's another Trump idea. And finally, I think one of the ones that I think is the most grotesque is suggestions that instead we should maybe just shoot migrants in the legs as they cross the border. So once again, the Donald Trump and MAGA plan is alligator moats, bombing northern Mexico, shooting migrants in the legs, and electrifying the fence and putting spikes on them. That is the Donald Trump border plan.
And the Democrat plan is to have an open border, allow drug cartels and fentanyl to come pouring across your border, find as many illegal immigrants as possible to vote Democrat, and have them assault police officers in New York City. Did you see that, by the way?
Yeah.
Now we have like a migrant riot in New York City where New York's finest are under attack by people that shouldn't be in the country. Personally, I would take a paintball gun, like I'm playing up in the Poconos, and go down to the border and pump them full of paint. But this is such a disaster on many fronts. And let me ask you this at the end of the day. Who cares if you electrify the fence? It's called a deterrent. It's called stay out.
One more, ending on a funny note. The San Francisco 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy was interviewed by the Today Show. And he's like one of the lowest paid quarterbacks in the NFL or something, right?
College guys are making more than him.
Making like $870,000 or something like that. He lives in San Francisco. He confessed that he still has a roommate and drives a Toyota Sequoia.
Well, it's like your boy for the Giants, Tommy Cutlets, was still living
with
at
his
home.
mom. Yeah. This is what Brock Purdy said on the Today Show. This is cut 7. Phil, go.
What is the reality for Brock Purdy at home?
So I still have a roommate, one of the offensive linemen here. So he and I are, still splitting rent. I still drive, my Toyota Sequoia, and other than that, it's pretty simple.
Wow. So is it a testament to the fact that you can make $870,000 in San Francisco and still need a roommate?
That's correct. The Bay Area is tough, man.
I'm telling you.
$800,000 don't go too far in the Bay Area these days.
The Super Bowl quarterback is splitting rent with one of his offensive linemen.
Well,
it's unbelievable.
He's in the Super Bowl in 12 days, so my guess is he'll be cashing in at about $40 million a year.
Yeah, and he'll be a bust, just like Daniel Jones was. And
It's
all.
fine because the
all
Eagles have got to get back to the Super Bowl.
I just imagine that.
I
know what I mean? Like $870,000,
does Toyota still make the Sequoia?
I have no idea.
I think the biggest SUV Toyota makes is the Highlander.
Yeah. I don't know.
I haven't heard the Toyota Sequoia. I bet you that's like a 2012 too.
Yeah.
Thing probably got a rusted muffler.
He comes every Debo Samuel and everybody else rolls up and Escalades and everything like that. And
Christian McCaffrey's making a $28 million a year. Here comes his quarterback looking like Nick Kayal.
Yeah.
What a
has to. Who would want to live in that Bay Area, man? Oh my God!
You know what we should do? We should hook up Brock Purdy with Piazza Auto Group.
Yeah,
get him a new vehicle.
By the way, they said that in order to afford a semi-decent house in San Francisco, you literally need to make $1 million. And he's not making that.
I told you, my old boss in sports here in this town is now running the sports station for Odyssey in the Bay Area.
Yep.
He's got a 1,900 square foot home, and it cost him $1 million.
Yep.
1,900 square feet gets you $1 million for $1 million.
Yep. All right, we got a break.
And they wrap up their toilet paper in the stores. It's unbelievable. All right, we'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show today. Also, today in music history and who won Twitter today. A lot of todays.
Today.
It's all still ahead today on Kayal and Company.
Win a luxury 2024 Lexus SUV during the $1.2 million Polar Payout at Borgata. Now through February 24th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance to win. 2 lucky players will take home a 2024 Lexus SUV. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on January 27th and February 24th. $1.2 million Polar Payout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Philly. It's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey, Harley. What's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh, right. It's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news, brought to you by BetterHelp. We all know that food production is a key to a healthy economy. The good news is that farmers across America today are using the latest innovations in technology to increase productivity, yield, and the quality of food production. The advances in digital applications to farming are now helping farmers to be more sustainable. This is sponsored by BetterHelp. Therapy helps you find your strengths. Learning positive coping empowers you to be the best of yourself. If you're thinking about engaging in therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's all online. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/good news today to get 10% off of your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/good news. That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. on the USBC Network, brought to you by BetterHelp.
If this cold winter we've endured hasn't yet convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe the great people at Guida Door and Window can help by giving you one more month to do so at their best prices of the year. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's your last chance to do so by receiving 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can pay now and buy later with Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans. This offer will expire at the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$9:52. It is Kayal and Company on a Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Our day may be coming to a close, but the Dawn Show is coming up in 8 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up at the top of the hour.
Yeah, right now I'm turning around the audio from Mayor Sherelle Parker. She has just been speaking out this morning, updating us on this police shooting this morning. Narcotics veteran officer shot. We're going to have that breaking news for you and all the latest developments with that one, and really looking for the tone, for the pattern with a new mayor, a new day in Philadelphia, which I'm encouraged by, but we're going to parse through that one. Got a couple of great guests. I just confirmed with Kathy Barnett, because I know that she's in the house this morning for a biggity-big meeting with some biggity-bigs. But Kathy will, after the meeting, will come on my show at some point.
Get her thoughts on Vivek's Super Bowl conspiracy.
I'm dying to know his thoughts on that, by the way.
Oh, jeez. So we're also, we have some great guests lined up. We're going to catch up with especially the 172nd district. This is a big district in the Northeast held by a Democrat, so being primaried by the Republicans, and some great folks there. And then in the 11 o'clock hour, like I say, we are just locked and loaded, I should say.
Very good.
In a good way.
Looking forward to that, yes.
And don't anybody paint Greg Stocker with a broad brush stroke, because he does not like the broad strokes.
I have no idea what that means.
Well, you're the one that tweeted it out.
Are climate change people trying to throw paint at him?
I have no idea.
What did
I just saw Greg. You included you said something about you're painting me with a broad brush stroke or something.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm arguing with somebody.
I have no idea what it is, but please, he does not like broad strokes.
Yeah.
So don't do it.
I no longer check comments. I just win.
I know. I never see like what the original thing was.
Yeah.
I just see the aftermath.
Well, that's because you're
because I'm busy.
I just see the final result.
I know. I'm like, what?
Well, you must have
What's
blocked.
happening?
You must have blocked the person that I'm going back and forth with. So.
Well, I didn't. Don't block them. Just mute them.
Yeah.
Just
you guys
mute.
should just stay off of Twitter.
I agree.
If you mute them,
you of all people saying to stay off Twitter.
Exactly.
If you block them, then they'll tweet out, "Look who blocked me." So don't block them.
Just
but
mute
if you
them.
just mute,
the mute feature is beautiful.
Yeah.
All right.
Star Max on the YouTube chat, who is definitely a troll but is funny, says Greg is a loser.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
He's a loser.
I agree.
All right, let's
You're so smart.
I love it. I think it's hysterical. Please keep the hate coming.
I've been taking bullets for 20 years in this industry. Yeah. Keep firing. I'm still here. All right, let's get to today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 31st, we celebrate the birthdays of Jeff Hanneman of Slayer, Johnny Rotten of the Sex Pistols, and Phil Manzanera of Roxy Music. Also on this day in 99, Stevie Wonder performed the Super Bowl halftime show, and at 69, Neil Young performed his very first concert at the age of 17. And lastly, for the night owls who love rock, check out my show, Uncle Phil's Late Night Rock, on the all-volunteer station WRDV out of Hatboro. I'm live and on the air between midnight and 3 a.m. every single Wednesday night. Listen to the show at WRDV.org or on the Radio Delaware Valley Network, including 89.3 in Hatboro and 107.3 in Philly. More details can be found on the show's Facebook page or on my Twitter account. And yes, after the show, I come straight here because we start at 6 a.m. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Look at
Nice
that.
job.
Look at that.
Nice
Uncle
infomercial.
Phil sounds creepy though. You should drop that name.
Yeah, Uncle Phil's been copyrighted by the guy on Fresh Prince. You can't be stealing that, man.
By the way, this guy does an overnight radio show
And then puts up
comes
with my
here-
crap.
and then comes here for that's dedication.
Yeah, he earned points there.
He's the real vampire.
He really is. All right, let's find out who won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Lori writes, Vegas is betting on whether or not Kelsey proposes to Taylor Swift after the Super Bowl. Did you know this, Nick?
Yeah, I'm going to find the odds and bet yes.
A more fun bet would be betting on when the breakup song comes out and if she gets to sing it at halftime in the rematch of the Eagles-Chiefs next year.
Oh, how glorious would that be?
Lori wins Twitter
Nice
on this.
job.
Lori, good one.
All right, way to
From
go.
Ringo.
All right, that will do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is locked and loaded at 10 o'clock. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as our Commander-in-Chief would say...
If I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool.